Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm doing a quick sound check just before 9 o'clock. Okay, just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Yeah, actually, something is going on. I'm getting an echo on my end, so I'm going to fix this. All right, I have to do another check. Make sure I don't have an echo. Okay, the echo's gone to my end. Great. I think I had two versions of the room open. All right, everybody. Good. No, guys, I'm gonna have to, I've got an echo. You might be able to hear me all right in, your end, but I've got an echo here. So I'm gonna have to shut the room down again and reload it. I don't know, can anybody hear me in YouTube, though? So I'm gonna have to shut down and come back in. Okay, I'm assuming you can hear me now, guys. I did shut down, Z earlier, but and I, reloaded, didn't have the echo, but okay, sound check again, guys. Sound check it no, there's not it's not the echo on you g for you guys, it's for me. So, okay, thank you. All right, guys. Well, so first of all, the first thing that I see here is AZI up 37%. Pretty good, right? Normally in the pre-market, we see some stocks that are up 100, 150, 200%. So yeah, I mean, not a very active pre-market. Like no stock is just motoring in the pre-market right now anyway. That's AZI. Had some news. Fold is a buyout. Fold is a buyout being bought by BMNR. BMRN. BMRN Biomarine is buying Fold. They're both up. It's all cash. It's all cash. I think it was 1450. There, in fact, here's the ETF, a two-time ETF for BMNR. So the stock itself is up about 4.5%, a little over 4.5%. Now, I want to take a look at MSOS. So I have to assume that yes, your government signed a, I guess, the executive order to reclassify marijuana, and I get or cannabis marijuana, and I guess that is not exactly what the market was looking for. Market was hoping for a little more fuller, like complete approval, state like federal approval, I guess, because that's the only thing I can think of. The market was disappointed that that was what was going to happen, or the industry was disappointed that that's all that was going to happen. Am I reading that right? Anybody who follows this a lot more closely than I do? Yeah. So I did see that, PJ, but maybe the market was expecting a lot more, or the industry was expecting a lot more, as opposed to just a reclassification, which has been out there for a long time. Anyway, so I mean, it's up 6%, but it had a massive drop. I mean, from seven, I mean, it closed right at the low of the day. You know, there's some earnings. William, what do you think about Galt? What do you think about Galt? GALT. What else do they have going? Because this provides regulatory update following FDA written response, and that is Galt, GALT, hammered down. I know what you're going to say. I wouldn't touch that ever. I'm kidding you, of course, but we do appreciate your little quick work on these bios to see what else they've got in their pipeline and what you sort of value the company at. We've got some earnings plays, you know. Well, obviously Nike earnings play not good. Not good at all. Down 10%. That's a big float. Over a billion in the float to be down 10%. That is, yeah, I mean, just gotten hammered down really. Well underneath the 200-day moving average. Nike plunges on earnings. Winnebago. I mean, I'm always amazed when I see Winnebago. Like that's a big jump. Now they don't have a lot in the float. 27 million in the float. I'm very surprised at that. It's a very low float. I would have thought they'd have way more in the float. Big company like that, but Winnebago WGO earnings play, big pop up. Oracle, Oracle. So I guess they won the TikTok deal. So they're up 4.5%, 4.8%, and reported deal for a U.S. business. Yeah. So Oracle again won the. I don't know who else was in the running, but anyway, Oracle won the deal to for TikTok US. I guess that's what we'll call it. I think it's supposed to close in January to create U.S. joint venture. Well, it could be my type of play, Hermes, Galt, if it bounces. Or is it an all-time low? No, it is not a lifetime low. No. CYPH had a bit of a look at that up. They had, I guess, they hired appoint some a new CEO. Oh no, 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 they're not a new CEO, but some guy from another company as a strategic advisor. Strategic advisor popped the stock and then came right back down. Another earnings play, guys. I'm just checking some of these somewhat higher priced earnings plays. LW is an earnings play, Lamb Weston, and it is getting thumped down also. LW breaking right down through that 200-day moving average, and that is LW. BZI is on the move again. It's their pre-market high is up here around 226. That is a low float. China low float play confirms a $90 million equity investment at 350 a share, if you can believe it. Okay. I mean, your stock's sitting at 216. So they're trying to say that somebody is going to invest 90 million at 350 a share when the stock is down here. Okay. So Sava, the old Alzheimer play, which I guess is no longer an Alzheimer play for a while now. Okay. For a while now. Drops on delay for epilepsy steady. Yeah, I do see that CCL has earnings today. There's no real move yet. No real move. CCL has earnings. Galt can. Oh, sorry, it's not Galt. It's Alt. I'm hearing. I have text to voice. I thought I was hearing Galt, but I'm hearing Alt. So the news is, I mean, it popped on the news, but look at this. Post mid-stage trial data showing anti-fibrotic activity, which popped the stock, but now it is completely given it up. Yes, Obi. Yes. Just one moment, please, guys. One moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. One day I'll tell you why I have these little breaks just before 6:30 or 9:30. JK, no, well, I don't know if it's here with our news, but AZ is, I always rely on interactive brokers, okay? But let's see if it's here. You know, we're trying to improve our news. Yeah, it's not there. Listen, my advice is always, I mean, I'm talking in general now, okay? No, it's putting boots on the cat, on the dog, William. My advice, guys, I mean, you know, our news is not bad for previous days. I know they're trying to improve it, but this is what I use anyway. This is Interactive Brokers. Your broker has to have, and again, I'm talking in general, not just to you, JK. Your broker has to have some kind of a news source. Interactive Brokers, I think, has a great news source, but that's where I see it. Okay, and there's a 90 million, 90 million at 350. I'm somewhat skeptical, you know. I mean, but that's what it says. I don't mean I'm skeptical of Interactive Brokers putting that out, but it seems a little bit sketchy to do it at 350 when the stock is so a lot lower. There are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Also, no shorts available. Well, none readily available. You know, I should. You know, they if the shares can be located. So when I see that, I mean, I don't even bother. Sold. Where's sold? This is a double Solanus or Solana. Okay. Volume is excellent. I mean, 2 million shares. So this is two times the move. I was trying to actually see. Yeah, I was trying to actually see what, because this is double the move. So that's like 7.5% for SOL, but that's not the stock, or that's not the way to trade it. Anyway, there's SOLT, a lot of volume. It is another ETF, but what is the one timer? I was looking for it. I wanted to see if there's anything. So I typed in Solana for us, and there's SOLZ, but that is not it. It's another ETF, but I think it's a two timer also. I looked at this one, the grayscale, but it's very, so that is sort of it. But I mean, there's only 19,000 shares, but that is sort of that's the ETF for, as you can see, it's half the other move. This has got a ton of volume. CCL on the way down now, guys. Look at that! Wow. Okay. So yeah. So I guess they just released earnings now at 9:15. They must have just released earnings. We knew it was going to be an earnings play, but I usually these companies release a lot earlier than just before the market, well, before 9:30. So they just released. They had an initial pop, and then look at this drop. So let's take a look at the other thing is, what are they talking about? Proposes unifying dual listed framework to streamline governance. So where else are they listed? Take a look at RCL just out of curiosity to see what's happening with it. Yeah, same move, and probably NCLH, same move. They are not earnings plays. It's weird though, isn't it? FY26 adjusted EPS is 248. The consensus was 216. So I mean, obviously that is record book. I mean, everything looks really positive when you just look at headlines. We achieve record booking volumes for 2026. Now, record booking volumes, does that mean people, or does that, or is that dollars? Big difference. I'm sorry, William. Did I don't know if you did anything on the Galt. Yeah, I may have missed it if you did. So Galt right now, I mean, that was a tremendous bounce. I mean, it went from 3 to 4. That's a big bounce. Now, I don't know how easy it would have been to get down here. And plus, not the easiest thing to predict. However, if you look now on the monthly chart, where it is, where the current price is, 414, on a monthly chart anyway, it looks like 4 could be, though it did plunge well below 4 at 9:30, or sorry, at 8:30. But if you look at a monthly chart, there are a couple of actually forget what I just said. Those lows are at 4. Have to look down here. Oh no, here these two monthly lows are around $4. That's what you always say. It may bounce, but it'll do it without you. So thank you for that, for the analysis for Galt, William. All right, guys, 9:20. So, oh, I know what I wanted to check. I see if my promo code is. I asked them to make the change yesterday, so just give me a moment. If it is active. I looked at UPS. UPS hadn't moved that much. I was looking to see if was a sympathy play. Well, should be a bit of a sympathy play with FTX, but I really hadn't seen it move that much. All right, guys. Yeah, the Barry 25 is active this morning. Okay, I asked him. So I hope I was suggesting people who wanted to take out a subscription yesterday would just hold on. You can get 25% off everything. Okay, both monthlies and annuals. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, William. I got to read. She said, "Okay, yeah, because UPS really not a big reaction." Okay, guys. Alt actually there are shorts available for me. Alt is sitting right on the 200-day moving average right now. ALT. So I don't know. And here's another one. It's being not hammered down. It's only down 7.5%. Another bio post mid-stage trial showing antifibrotic activity. I mentioned, yeah, right. I went over this one because it did pop on that news, and then I guess reality set in. Okay, guys, SOC from yesterday, Sable offshore, big day yesterday. Although it did kind of give up, kind of give it. Well, actually, that big 942 was the high, and it closed down here at 826, so almost at the low of the day. But it's making another move right now. SOC, the high. Let's see if it can take out the high of yesterday at some point today. Had some news yesterday. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, Shaw, regarding Nasdaq and all the exchanges going to almost a 24-hour a day, almost, I guess, 23 hours, an hour off for 5 days anyway. Yeah, not a lot of volume in this one. I did see the news on this one, but I thought these EVTOLs were very, or yeah, EVTOLs were kind of not in favor right now. But this did have a pop. I hadn't seen this one before, I don't think. Stan mentioning TLS. I don't think I saw this one. TELUS, not TELUS in Canada. TELOS. Awarded contract for Missile Defense Agency with a ceiling of 150. Okay, what do they mean by that? Well, IB has been trading a lot of stocks 24 hours a day, almost 24 hours a day. Interactive brokers for a while now. I don't know how widespread it was. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. SOPA turning higher after Ascendiant Capital raised the price target from 20 from 22 to 22 and a half, and this is $1.34 stock. Okay, really trying to pump it. Whoa, 925. Okay, guys, give me a moment as I save this, save my layout. And get my 930 layout up and running. Okay, guys, so this is my 930 layout loaded. Now, yesterday, the gap scanner was way too active. I want to see what happens with it today. Okay, I mean, I like to see maybe 15 total stocks for the entire day over the course of the day, but it was so active. I'm not talking about the duplications that you see here. I'm talking about, I want to see the individual stocks, how many. So these, I don't think I talked about RDAC. RDAC. Oh, this is a SPAC, I guess. But I guess it is. I know I didn't talk about Wi-Fi, WYFI. These are the top six from the pre-market actives that you saw in my other layout. These are the top six now. And here's Wi-Fi, WYFI. Okay, actually, why I didn't mention it. I mean, it's up 17%, trading higher after the company announced its subsidiary, Enovum Data Centers, executed a long-term co-location agreement with AI infrastructure provider. Okay, so they did have some news. All right, so Mr. Unhappy Fin Fan is going to wait for a dip for AZI, and then a rip at the open, right? That's what you're saying. So when you look at a daily chart, yeah, I mean, if it can, especially if it can take out 228, it may have got to that level in the pre-market, which it did, because you can see on a daily chart, we've got 1, 2, 3 days highs at 228. Takes that out, the next high on a daily chart is 286. So there is a ton of room if it can take out 228 on a percentage basis. So you're absolutely right. And especially if it, takes out the pre-market high, which was at 234. Because one of the, the fact that there's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, 42% move, of course, is huge, but most of the time we usually see 2 or 3 stocks that are well over 100%. So now we're going to have more eyes on a stock like this because it's the biggest one. And the float, of course, is only 2 million. All right. Actually, Mark is putting a little bit of a pop ahead of the open. I don't think there's anything happening today, economic calendar wise. I posted the information up there. All right. Well, there you go, guys. And that's just before, well, the market just opened. Okay. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception on the AZI. We'll have to see. Takes out the pre-market high. But it would be a pretty quick trade probably because I would still maybe expect a pullback. Nothing will happen in this window. This window here until at least 9:45. That is by design. Okay, guys, get ready on the AZI. It's right at the pre-market high, right at it. See my pre-market high was right there at 234, and it's just taking it out now. Right. Okay, guys. Again, this is this is something I don't normally do. Oh, right. I don't normally do, and I think it's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted, guys. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. There you are. All right. Well, it's something I don't normally do, but I said I might make an exception on the AZI when it took out the pre-market high. I have taken some off, so I'm in this halt now. Usually the first halt is okay. Okay, meaning that it usually nothing you can do about it now. I mean, if you're in the trade, you have to wait for the open, but I'd like to see a number above that 276. This blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is the halt price of AZI, 276. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open. And again, usually the first halt is pretty good, meaning that it'll open above the, or it may not open, but it'll get soon after. It'll get above the halt price. Usually, I'm not too worried because, of course, I'm in way below. So even if it went right back down, I've taken some off. As I say, this is not normal for me, but with all eyes probably on AZI, there were, as I said, there weren't too many other stocks that were really ripping in the pre-market. And with the room it had, it's all about how much room it has. So 288 is getting close to that. You did well. It didn't dip though. Okay. Depends what you mean by a dip. Didn't really. Well, I suppose you could say that 218 was a bit of a 225, but yes, no, 100%. You've been very good at those. I've noticed over the last one day. No, I'm kidding. Actually, seriously, I've noticed that you talk a lot about a dip and rip for some of these cheaper ones. Now, that those highs right there, that could stall it. Okay, the three could stall it. So there's the F jet, guys. The F jet is halted on the way up. Okay, I had to wait. Halted on the way up. This is an sort of an IPO from yesterday. Got all the way up to 1770 or so. This is about the fifth or sixth or seventh stock this year that I've been involved in a halt, and usually it's always the first one. So it's been okay. And I think before this year, I can maybe only think of one other one in all the years I've been trading. So just waiting on it to see where it's going to open. See the 282 doesn't have to be there, of course. 276, that's the halt price. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 9:37 plus 9 seconds. So a little couple of minutes, less than a couple of minutes. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Rivian's still on the move here, guys. Rivian still on the move from yesterday. Yeah, actually, that was a nice day yesterday. Nice because look where it closed. Closed right at the high of yesterday. RIVN. I think some analysts had, when it was it Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan put a $25 price target on it. Is it paying off? Well, understanding, Monica, that most of the time I'm in way lower than the halt price, of course. So there's no real stress. I'm not getting it just before. Well, I shouldn't say that. There have been a couple that I got just before the halt. This one I got quite a bit before the halt. And I'm not doing it on purpose. It just happens that way. It's certainly not a strategy. I'm not trying to, anticipate a stock's going to get halted and trying to take it before. No. All right, we're now open. We're now open. Okay, guys, I have taken everything off. Everything off. I might regret it, but I've taken everything off just underneath 3. So I may regret it, but then again, I have this on a thumbnail. If you're wondering, well, why isn't it here? It's on I have thumbnailed on another one of my other monitors, and I may regret it, but I can always get back in. Now, if you're still in it, the next high on a daily chart is 347. Sorry, 339. Well, that's definitely an MD idea, guys. I mean, it has gone really parabolic too. Good for you guys who hung on. Well, I wouldn't get in now. No, I mean, it's gone. Look how parabolic it's gone. I mean, it's a big parabolic move. Really? Ooh, FJet halted on the way down now. What? Yeah, Thinkorswim did not allow you to get in. Something about the first trade needs to be with a broker? Really? It's kind of I mean, IB and some of the other Fidelity and E-Trade and some of the other brokerages are now, they're starting to actually say you can't trade certain stocks. I'm just not talking shorts, but certainly not the AZI. No, not for me anyway. The IB. Okay, we're getting a pullback now to the 3 level. FDX, William trading the FDX on the way down, probably. No, on the way up. Okay, you played the bounce. Really? First opening transaction you're just, and it's just that stock, right? It's not all stocks. Interesting. Well, chalk one up for IB. Well, if you're going to be and you're not just talking about at the open, is that correct? You're talking about this could happen during the day, all day. Well, they change brokers. I mean, if you're going to be somebody who wants to trade volatile stocks, I mean, that's crazy. Well, that's really crazy. I mean, if you have to call, I mean, you can't do it. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. Too bad. All right, the market. So after that, we look like we're going to fade a little bit, but a little bit of a pop now. Well, guys, I would be changing brokers if that's the type of stock you want to trade, and not just EZI specifically, but volatile stocks. And you can't do it. I mean, there's competition out there. Well, that's what I mean. PJ, it's right. It's PJ. You're a very unhappy Fin fan, or that's PJ. You're PJ, right? Oh no. Oh, you're the disgruntled Lions fan. Very unhappy Fin fan. Okay. Guys, LW. Well, I should put extremely happy Seahawk fan. How about that? I'll change my name. Maybe keep an eye on LW, guys. LW is an earnings play, and it is at the low of the day, but sitting right on a whole number, 48. Unbelievable, Dwayne. Unfreaking believable. Okay, guys, LW breaking down underneath, well, a little bit, breaking down underneath 48, a little bit. This is an earnings play, LW. And let's see, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 47.87. So it's right there. It's a little bit below that. If it takes that out, the next low is 47.90. So actually, we're just below the two lows on the monthly chart. So this is definitely something that looks like it wants to, continue down for a while anyway. Okay, guys, and that is LW. That is an earnings play, LW, because there's no monthly support that now I can see. All right, guys. So here's getting some action now in the gaps. Well, there's the LW. There is the LW. And there's Galt. Now, Galt has, again, at $4, there is a monthly low. I hope this settles down. I'm not talking about this. I mean, you're going to see this. You're going to see the stock over and over again here. I'm talking about my don't repeat version of this. Only seeing the stock the one time. Okay. NISN. Well, okay. You hear what William said, guys. So, where you read what he said. NISN halted on the way down. NISN halted on the way down. There's the LW. I didn't take it, but LW. This is really a disaster earnings play for it. Down 20%. Big float. Gonzalez in our YouTube room. Alex, welcome to the welcome. Are you a new TI Trade Ideas subscriber, or just new to the rooms or the room? Yeah, we saw SOPA in the pre-market. It's a pretty big pullback though right now. Anyway, on a percentage basis, it's underneath the VWAP right now. Milton, welcome. Okay, we're getting some new you now. Just for those of you in YouTube, you don't have to. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But just give me a moment as I show you something else. Well, I wish I were a sports announcer. I miss my calling in my life in usual tech. Seriously. So those of you on YouTube, I'm going to go over my homepage in a lot more detail. However, I just want to show you, if you scroll down on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, you'll notice there's another room called the trading room. A lot more action in that room. You can stay in YouTube if you want. There's no problem staying in YouTube. But in this other room, there are a lot more traders in there, and there's a lot more interaction amongst traders. So you can go, and it's free. It's the same. It's free also. Okay. I'm going to go over my homepage in about 10 minutes. Okay, including all the scans you can have. Yeah, I did see that, William. So I didn't think it was quad anymore, but okay. Look at LW. I wish I'd taken it now. So William says, which is a little unusual for a Friday afternoon, William, because I'll be leaving sometime. Usually I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But William is going to keep the room open until 3:55. Is there an equivalent indicator in TI that shows a fair value gap? I don't know what a fair value gap is, Vince. So I'm going to say no. I'm still kind of waiting for Galt, maybe on a bounce. I know the suggestion is to short it on a gap down and go, but okay, guys. Now is it I got down below 3, but it's back at 3 again. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what fair value gap is, Vince. Um, so I don't know what that is. We Yeah, I don't know what it is. So maybe we have it, but maybe we call it something else. My guess is no. You're the first I've ever anybody has asked me that in all the years that I've been doing this. So the biomarine BMN well, actually, it's not bad. BMRN is buying fold, and it's an all cash transaction. BMRN is buying fold amicus, and it's an all cash transaction. And I usually don't bother with these ones, but yeah, I mean, from our AI, a little bit of a move. Middle candle is a gap. Yeah, we don't have that. We definitely don't have that then. So here's CCL, guys, or another way to trade CCL. So actually, wow, 10% move. So it's funny because when I saw the headlines for CCL, they looked darn good. It was an earnings play, but look what happened. This is pre-market now. They released earnings at 9:15, so it had a pop and then a big drop. But since then, a nice move. Yeah, that's a little more like it, guys. I mean, yesterday at this time, this was full. Okay, I'm not talking about this window here. You know, you're going to see the same stock over and over again as it either makes new highs or new lows. Okay, this is showing me the first time of the alert, and that creates a great watch list for me for the day. Yesterday, by this time, it was absolutely full, and that's not what I don't want. Now I could have, I can increase the filter values to prevent, as many stocks coming through, but I didn't know that was going to happen yesterday. Okay, so LW actually is bounced now. So if you took that short, and yeah, CCL is just or you can trade it either way. I don't think CUK has as much volume. It's 2.5 million. They get the same move though. There's 10%. And CCL, oops. Yeah, let me look at it. There's a big difference in volume. Okay, 13 million shares. You'll get the same move, 5.5%, approximately the same move anyway. Make sure I'm correct. Wow, this looks like it almost looks like this is a two-time ETF of it. I don't. It isn't. I don't believe it is. I've never thought of it that way. Somebody has to explain this to me because CUK is up double the CCL move. It's almost like it's a two-time ETF of it. Maybe this is what they were talking about. Okay, the dual listing. Trying to because this is trading. Well, this looks like a UK stock, Carnival, and then of course, well, at least it's headquarters in Southampton, and then CCL. Why are they doing this? Is located. It's located in New York. Yeah, it's not usually. That's I would say usually. So when I say usually over 50% of the time, you're right, Mike, that the acquiring company takes a bit of a hit. But it's an all. It is an all. They're not issuing shares. So why is this happening? Give me a moment here. So this is an all cash deal. Like when it's not when they're having to issue shares, of course, is diluting shareholders' position. So this is an all cash deal. I don't know where they're getting the cash, but it's a 4.8. I think $4.8 million, a $4.8 billion. I'm sure it said it was an all cash deal. I can't see it here, but I'm almost positive. Can somebody verify that? I could have sworn that it was an all cash deal. Oh, okay. They're going to issue debt. Okay, so it's the same as same impact, same as dilution. Okay. So I stand corrected. So they're not issuing shares as much, but okay. Wow, look at AZI now, guys. That looks like it could be the end. Conagra is also an earnings play. CAG, Conagra is also an earnings play, guys. So let's take a look at this one. It's at 17 right now. The next low looking left is 16.95. Obviously too close. 16.89, too close. Yeah. For me, looking left, there's not enough room. If I were wanted to short this one, there's just not enough room for it to move till it hits these next little lows. I want to see a lot more room than that because all these little areas, in the way I look at things, could stall it from moving down. Doesn't mean it's going to, but it could stall it from moving down. So that makes it a no go for me. All right, guys, it is now 9:58. So I think what I'll do right now is go over my homepage and so hang around because if you're, especially if you're new, you've never seen this before. I'm going to show you some of the scans and top lists and other things that I'm sharing. All right, so if you do click on my homepage link, so here's your code now, guys, for a while, and probably at least to the end. I'm assuming to the end of the month, but so you can save now 25% on a subscription, and that's on the first month only or the entire year. And it doesn't matter what subscription you take, they're standard or premium. Okay. So you'll get 25% off. And if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It really helps to keep the two rooms free. And I'll go over this again for those of you sitting in YouTube. There is another trading room. There's a lot more action in the room, interaction amongst traders in this room. It is free also, so you don't have to pay for it. And by the way, in this room and YouTube, you don't have to be a Trade Idea subscriber. The idea, of course, is that as I demonstrate, what the power of Trade Ideas is, and we talk about what's happening. That some of you might say, you know what, this is the program for me. So now let me just talk a little bit about this room. Also, the trading room is actually open at 6:45 Eastern time in the morning. I open YouTube around 8:30. Now, I don't open the trading room at 6:45. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you to Obi. That'd be 3:45 my time. So thank you to Obi. He opens the room at 6:45. And as I said before, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But William in the trading room usually keeps the room open after I leave. And today is kind of a special day because of witching hour. So he says he's going to keep the room open until about 3:45, 3:55. Okay. I do have to shut down YouTube when I leave though, because there's nobody to moderate. So if you click on my homepage link, I've already gone over this. If you keep scrolling down though, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. How you trade it, if you trade it, completely up to you. You'll see in the email that you get, you'll see a suggested entry and a suggested stop. These are designed for longer term holds, but again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Now, if you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay, and you clicked on my homepage link, first thing you must do, okay, go down to the education section and getting started with Trade Ideas. If you haven't done this, I know there are a couple of maybe new people in our YouTube room anyway, could be some in the main room. If you've just taken out a subscription and you haven't done this, please do this. You probably don't have to do the login if you've already logged in, but these are 12 short videos and this will get you started. Not going to make you an expert, but it's going to cover all the important, as I call it, ingredients of Trade Ideas. Okay. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and go to the end. Again, there are 12 short videos. That should give you an idea as to whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos, 15 of them for you if you're new to trading. And again, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. And last, if you're looking for my scans or the information, semantics, okay? They're not all scans, but for the sake of anybody who's new, here, if you click on my homepage link, the middle section called my custom scans. So technically, they're not all scans. So this top one here, this is a I have 2 races that I'm sharing. I personally don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, but you can take a look at, these are 2 races. The large cap gainers from the start of the race, and then this race here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is a way more volatile race. You'll see probably stocks that are low float stocks, stocks that really have, big moves in them. Because this is a large cap race, you're not gonna see the big moves necessarily, but, if you're new to trading, this could be maybe a lot easier for you to look at because you're not seeing the huge volatility. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here, and I'll go over this a little later. I mean, hopefully it's self-explanatory. You know, if it's in green, that means it's made a new high for the day with other filters in place, of course. And if it's in red, it's made a new low for the day. So this is sort of another way of displaying our data. This is all real-time alerting. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market, okay? Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is over here. And then this is kind of my go-to, not kind of, this is my go-to scan now, my gap continuation or reversal scan right here. And then I do have a couple other scans that I'm not, these are all real-time alerts. Excuse me, I have a couple other scans I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. I have a momentum scan and also the Pepe combo scan. Okay, I don't have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. The fact that I don't have them up and running does not mean they're no good. What it really means for me, I have tried to really pare down the number of scans and things I'm looking at. So this is it right now. With trade ideas, you can create a lot of different trading scenarios. You can build different scans for different trading scenarios. The problem with that, though, can be that you can get overwhelmed. I know the feeling is you don't want to miss any type of setup. So you can have a lot of different alert windows firing at you all day long. You're clicking on symbols like mad and getting nothing done. So true, I will miss some things, but for my style of trading, these two are good enough for me. And I'm going to go over this. Gap scan. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. Okay. If I can't answer immediately, I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I probably will not be able to help you, but I will be able to direct you to those who can. CCCX. Okay. I did actually see that somewhere. So William is saying, popping on another Citron tweet about the company. Okay, yeah. This is, again, it says it's a blank check company, but has the merger been done? I'm still a little confused. It still says it's a blank check company, but has the merger actually been done? Because the way it was trading earlier was like the merger had been done. Well, Z, not since I thermal pasted my computer. My computer runs. I don't need to. First of all, I would never want to run the scans on a different computer. Okay, because so the answer is no. The answer is no. Now, if you have 10 top lists open and with 1,000 in the record count, sure, you're going to find system is really going to slow down because of the nature of what a top list does. But within reason, nah. Here's Winnebago, guys. Winnebago earnings play, and it's gone. It's still positive for the day. It's up 10% for the day, but is starting to drift down. The only thing that can really, if you have multiple layouts loaded, you could find the system, but it's not recommending you to do that. But I mean, my computer is tasked pretty pretty hard in terms of what I'm doing. Obviously, I have my brokerage platform. I'm streaming into a YouTube and I'm streaming into the main room. I've got trade ideas running at some point at noon Eastern. I do a video. So but again, wherever Pepe is, thermal paste, guys, thermal paste. Well, there's LW. So it did have a move up, back up to 48, but right back down. Now, I am, for me to take a trade now, I did quite well on the AZI trade. Okay. So if I do something like that, then I usually reduce my risk going forward in any subsequent trades. So what do I mean by that? So let's just say I risk $500 a trade. So and what do I mean by that? When I take the trade, I'll have a stop, and if I get stopped out, I don't want to lose. I'm going to try not to lose more than say $500 if that's what I'm risking on the trade. And I don't usually vary the amount I risk per trade by a great amount. In other words, I'm not going to risk $500 one trade and 1,000 the next, 50 the next. Try to keep it around the same. And I'm just using that as a number. Okay, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how much I risk per trade. Everybody's account size is different. But if I do pretty well on a trade right off the bat, then let's just say I'm risking 500 a trade. I may reduce my next, to 250, half of that, and I'm going to be highly selective. You know what's having a nice run, guys, is that IPO from a couple of days ago, I think, MDLN, a huge IPO actually, with a lot of big guys behind it, well, all-time high. It was IPO on Wednesday, and huge guys behind this one, Goldman Sachs, etc. Okay. Yeah, I did see. I see Infi here. Yeah, you know what? You're right, Mike. It's not normal for a stock to like with that sort of a float to get halted because remember the halt is always, and this is general talk. The halt is usually because, well, not usually, it's because the stock went up too fast in a short period of time. For a stock with 4 billion in the float to do that, that's something. And it's a volatility halt. Yeah, it's not a news halt. Boy, this has been on a great this has been a great earnings trade, guys. CUK has just been straight up along with the the CCL. This is just giving you a double though. But look. I mean, if you're in this one, and you look at the wave here. This is exactly what you want to see, even on a 2-minute chart. Look how it has hugged the wave all the way up. The only issue I would have had if I were in this one, say down here at 2680, I would have taken some off right here. If you can see my 2-minute chart, as it had a little dip into the wave, I would have taken some off, not everything, and then you hold on. And as long as the wave remains blue, keep in the trade. So if you don't know about the wave, just ask me. This is part of our standard service, and I can show you how you can enact it or enable it on your charts. And I just find it a fabulous way to keep in trades. The question always is, well, how do I know when to take some profit or keep in a trade? Well, I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, but it sure has helped me. No, I'm not in this trade, okay? But had I been in this trade, this is exactly what I want to see. Nice narrow wave, like narrow, not like this. You see how this one is expanded on the SPY? And the ideal situation is a nice narrow wave with the bars still keeping in touch with the top of the wave. That is for me anyway, the ideal situation. And it's not about seeing a buy flag or a sell flag, because it's rare that I actually see it. It's just that if I had taken this trade right here, and I because I liked it, not because I see a buy flag, I like the pattern or something, and then I'm in the trade, then I'm following the wave. Boy, what a nice move for CUK. So that must have been what they were talking about, you know. I saw some news, the news on CCL. Yes, it was an earnings play, but so that was it. But it, you know, all the headlines looked really good, and yet it had the drop, had the pop, and then the drop. So this is what I'm thinking. Announces plan to unify dual listed structure into single. So I think I'm assuming what they're talking about is CUK will not, you know, because it's trading obviously on the FTSE, I guess, in the UK. Not this one, but the CUK is, and CCL trades on New York. But CUK also trades on the New York Exchange. But I guess that's what they're trying to say. Instead of having to have a stock trading on the two exchanges, I guess. Well, you know what? Yeah, this BMNR. As you said, Mike, not typical that a stock does this, the acquiring company. And Fold, they say the target is supposed to be 1450. It got up there almost, but not quite. Okay, Wi-Fi guys, WYFI. 1612. So let me go over this gap scan, okay? The gap continuation or reversal scan. So it's what we call a multi-strategy window. And that's why the M is in the upper left-hand corner, as opposed to an alert window with the A there. You're all real-time alerts here, okay? So if I right-click on the multi-strategy window, well, first of all, the use of a multi-strategy window, let's say you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows and, you know, taking up screen space. So what you can do, you can take those alert windows and put them into one window. That's the usual reason for people using a multi-strategy window. Screen space, not an issue for me, but what I like to do is to put similar scans, which is, you know, these are all gap scans, into a multi-strategy window. That's what I like to do. So that's what I've done here. So here are the four of them. If I right-click in it and hover over strategies, these are the four. These are just scans, okay? Alert windows. So there's a gap up and go, which means the stock gapped up. And then at the time of the alert, it was making a new high. Remember now the gap. For those of you who don't understand what the gap is the, well, at least how we define it as trade ideas, the gap is the first trade of the day. So the gap has to be at least 40 cents plus 4%. Okay. And other filters also, but that's the nature of the gap. So that's the gap up and go. So the stock gapped up. And then at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. gap down and reverse. The stock gap down and then started to reverse. Again, at the time of the alert, it was reversing. Now, I understand. Doesn't mean that it's going to continue in the direction. It just means, but that's, you're getting the alert, and that's what it's trying to tell you. Gap up and reverse is just a stock that gapped up and then started to reverse. And then the gap down and go, which is like the LW, stock gap down and then was moving down at the time of the alert. So these are the 4 strategies here, or scans. So you don't have to have them all checked. For instance, maybe you just want to play reversals. Okay, you only want to play. Maybe you're just like you want to be a reversal type player. So you can uncheck the gap up and go. See, these are, you can uncheck them. Or maybe in theory you just want to go long stocks. Well, these two, the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse, are a couple of long opportunities. So you would uncheck these. Personally, I want them all, because a stock that is a gap down and go doesn't mean at some point during the day it could bounce. Okay, even if you don't want to take a short on something, but at some point in the day, a gap down and go could bounce. So that's why I have this, the gap continuation or reversal don't repeat version of this. So this is going to tell me the first time of the alert. Notice here, LW, every time LW is making a new low of the day, you're going to see it. Here was the first alert at 9:45, and I delay this on purpose. I don't want to see any alerts until at least 9:45. And the reason for that is because in the first 15 minutes, you can see stocks gapping up and down constantly. So I like to delay it for 15 minutes. And it doesn't mean after 15 everything is settled, but certainly it's better than seeing these right at 9:30. So there's the CUK, 9:45, 28.83. So what this allows me to do is go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? So obviously in this case, 28.83, you can see it's at 30.26 now. So that, and the LW, 27.61, it got down to 46.83. So, I mean, that's why I like it, but I use this like a watch list, because at some point during the day, sometimes they'll set up in a different direction. Or look at Wi-Fi right here, 1612. Well, it hasn't moved yet. It's still at 1606 or 16. And now, shoot, now as I'm speaking, it is now starting to move down. But so I like to use, this is like a watch list that for me all day long. And this is way more like it. Yesterday, this was jam-packed. Even on the don't repeat, so many stocks were gapping in different directions. So if you want the don't repeat version, I'll show you how you can create it. Yeah, Trade Ideas should hire the PR department of SMX. Get rid of me and have whoever runs SMX to do this. All right, so this Wi-Fi is maybe setting up for me. It's just underneath the whole number. I like playing whole number breaks. I can put a stop just over the whole number. 1588. The only issue I've got a little bit is the spread. It's a 10-cent spread right now. The next low, before I do any of that, of course, I'm looking left on the weekly chart. I don't see a low. Yeah, the low there is 1401, so that's not an issue. The low on the monthly chart, 1391. So there was a low this month at 1391, so that's not really an issue. Exactly. That's the job they were hired for. So I don't see SMX anywhere. Is it over 200 still? Not quite. So I see Infi came out of its halt, and what did it do from there? Infi, INFY. Is that of Dublin, I think? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. India. India. Excuse me, Irish traders out there for it's not the Irish flag. So as I said, guys, I'm just going to really I'm going to take it easy now, unless I see something that's setting up spectacularly for me. Two great continuation trades, though. You know, the LW had that little pop back up to the 48, but you know, LW and CUK just great continuation trades, and both on earnings. Now, AZI may not be over. You know, I'll put a price alert at around $3 to see if it. I don't know why this happened. I'll put a. Boy, this is crazy. I swear I'm not mistyping. Well, first of all, I was mistyping. I was typing AZR. Okay, AZI. Okay, so AZI. You know, if it gets back over 3 later on, there's a a chance that this could have a late day run. You know, I like it. I just don't like the spread. 76.89. I just don't like the spread. You know, if it drops another dollar, there's a chance. Well, because I mean, it's still the one that's up the most for the day. I think. Oh, Dumb and Dumber. Yes, 1 in a million. So there's a chance. What a great line. Boy, this Carnival CUK says absolutely no pullback, zero, and it's double the CCL move, but it'll look almost the same. Well, if LW, as William says, he didn't think the earnings were that bad. If it's going to bounce, and he's saying he's 46.38. So does that mean did it hit 46.38? It's at 46.27 now. Are you waiting for 46.38? Oh, you're long already. Hmm. That's a pretty tight stop, but okay. You're about to get stopped out. Yeah, but you can always try again, of course. Um, the next low, I'd have to check. I mean, I don't know where the next low is. I have to go back. I'm going back to 2023, back to 2022. Boy, you got to go back a lot. I mean, this is not an all-time low, but you know, you've got to go back a long ways to see. Okay, right here. March of 2022, we had a low of 39.06. Okay. So, I mean, that's over 5 years ago. So, in my opinion, there's not a lot of support until maybe there. So, I'm not trying to, obviously, you don't listen, you're not listening to me in that regard, but boy, look at this red, red, red. Well, yeah, I mean, you'd be still chasing it. I mean, there's an argument to be made that it's underneath 46, that whole number, and it's just been weak, weak, weak. Other than that little pop up here, back up to the 48 level. But yeah, I mean, I personally would not be shorting it now. But I mean, that doesn't mean it's not going to move down another $2 or $3. There's no chart support. All right. Well, I'm going to cheer William on. So how do I do that? I will put a little price alert over 46. See if I can induce it upwards for William. He's back in it at 44.99. Now, is that from your scan that you talk about? Your indicator says it's due for a bounce, William? The one that you talk about every now and then? Okay. All right. Well, there's a little pop. Trying to induce it upwards for William here. A little pop got it to 46, but it's didn't really break that much above it. Got up to 46.03. Boy, new high after new high after new high. No, where's some resistance for this CUK? So that red line there that represents 31.33. That were if I back this daily chart out enough, there'd be a daily high right there at 31.33. So let's take a look on this for CCL to see if the same sort of idea may not have made a new high though. Yeah, if it makes a new high, not showing up here. Interesting that it's not showing up here at all, just the COK is. Wow. All right, I haven't looked at any of the AI plays. Wow, Lunar was nice. Oh, and of course, well, here they are, guys. I'm waiting to see. We have no reentry. Anybody with the AI? Well, William has some kind of an indicator that indicates some kind of a bounce zone that he's been using for a long time. Okay, so that's why. Doesn't mean it's going to 100%, but so Lunar was very nice. missed out on it. Yeah, nothing is 100% accurate, but you have to think I think the other reason, William, you said the earnings weren't that bad, or at least in your opinion, they weren't that bad, or maybe the guidance. I don't know. Of course, I didn't read it, but well, William was long it before you said you were short, so that's why. So look at Lunar, guys. So if you have our AI, all right, and you're maybe a bit of a new subscriber, this is all I would look at. I would not go to the channel. It's way too complicated. You'll have so much information coming at you. Just have this up and running, okay? And how to get that? If you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar. Notice Pepe. I'm back to the dev version. Premium. Click on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy window. Okay, click on that one. This is the window that you're going to see. The only difference is make sure where it says filter, it may be checked profitable trades. You'll see one disappeared. Uncheck it. Uncheck it. Because I use if I'm going to pay more attention to this, I'm going to use this like a watch list, but also the reentry price. You'll miss the reentry price because the reentry price will be below the original suggestion. And so if you have this one checked, you'll never see it. And you get a sound alert when that happens. And so how does a reentry? So make sure you have these columns also. Okay, the reentry price, at least have the reentry price column. In order to add that, just right click in the window and go down to columns, and you'll see, you scroll down alphabetical order. Here they are. Definitely the reentry price, but I'd also put the time. You want to put the new stop, fine. Because what happens is, notice there are none today. What happens is, let's take a look at this one. This was a short opportunity, 1096. Oh, just give me a moment, please. So how to get a reentry? Here is the original suggestion at 1096. There was the exit. I'm sorry, the exit price. Remember, this is a short opportunity. If it gets halfway between 1129 and 1096, you'll get a reentry price. That's how it works. Now, obviously, that has not happened. And you can see there's been no reentries here because no stock. The stock has to hit the stop at some point during the day. That's the other thing. It has to hit the stop some point during the day, and then you will get. But today, there's nothing. Now, I often say that sometimes the best idea is just to wait for reentries. Some days you won't get very many or none, but that's okay because think about it that you're getting a reentry at a better price. Sometimes the AI is a little early on the alert. Doesn't mean it was a bad idea. So you have to add that, okay? Okay, I'm talking to ProGem Properties in our YouTube room. You have to add it. In this window here, you have this window. Don't go to the channel, okay? The channel is, again, in my opinion, the AI channel is way too complicated. It's too much information coming at you. In my opinion, this is all you really should have to look at all day long. So if you have this, you should have this window open. Again, as I explained before, click on new, and then pick that where you see where it says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Click on that. Now you have to add these columns if they're not there. I've begged the company to make sure this is part of the like the default. Have these columns added as a default. So when people do this, they don't have to, they don't, because a lot of people don't even know this exists. So again, if you right click on the body, go down to columns and then add them. Okay, so if you don't have it, you would just left click on the reentry price. Notice it's grayed out, and then hit the left arrow, and then it'll be in this column. These are all the columns that I've got. Okay, were you able to do that, ProGem? And I should actually ask, do you hear me? Yeah, I mean, look at it now. I mean, I backed off the Wi-Fi because of the spread, but see, I backed off, and I probably if I hadn't done well on the A's that I trade, I may have nibbled at this one, but it because of the spread, it kept me out. So let me know if it worked for you, ProJam. Okay, it's really not, as long as you have this window open, just right click and go down to columns. Right click in the body here, in the body. Right click, and you see where it says columns, and then just scroll down, and you've got to find them on this side. Just scroll down. So it's an alphabetical order. Left click on the reentry price, so you see it's highlighted, and then left arrow it over, and then it'll appear in this in your column section. Okay. Now it's possible that you might have to stretch out your window. Maybe you don't see it, but so let me know if that worked. Okay. Okay, great. Now, don't forget, guys, anything you do in trade ideas, okay, make a change here, make a color change in your chart, anything. And even if you think it's minor, make sure you save your work. So if you have our AI, this is what I would do. I would take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout because this is what you want to see this every single day. You're paying for it, so you want to see it every day. So incorporate it as part of your layout. Don't have to load it every day. Okay, you don't have to do this every day. Boy, look at the LW. Just going two earnings plays going in opposite directions. LW and CUK just going in the opposite directions. Kind of cool that they're showing up. Big sigh, yes. So remember, guys, you want to keep me interested to ask questions. I'm just sort of biding my time now. Time is it now? 10:42. So about an hour and 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I will be taking a break at noon Eastern. Should be Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. I just want to confirm it. What's my strategy? So Dr. Farm in our YouTube room, what's my strategy? When do I decide to go long or short? Well, I mean, LW was because, I pay a lot of attention to this reversal scan. Okay. So, I mean, these are short opportunities, gap down and go, gap up and reverse. These are short opportunities. The other ones, if it's in green or powder blue, no powder blues today, which would have been a gap down and reverse. These are that would have been a long opportunity. So I do pay attention to this. That sort of gives me an idea about the direction I want to go. I rely on this a lot. Here, if it's in green, this is a suggestion to go long. Red, a suggestion to go short. So that's the initial bias. So do you know how to? Okay, so do you know how to save a layout, a ProGem? So this is what I would do. You can save it to the cloud. Number one. Okay, so if you click on File from the toolbar, click on Save or Share to Cloud, click on Entire Layout, give it a name, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. Now your layout is in the cloud. Okay, number one. So if you accidentally shut down your layout, or the other thing you should always do is save individual scans, any scan that maybe you've taken some from me, or you've created your own, or somehow you've created a scan. Right click, save or share to cloud. See, I'm just clicking in the body here. Save or share to cloud, save. So it's in your cloud. If I accidentally X this out, okay, well, bit of a pain, but I just go to the cloud and reload it. Okay. The other thing, Dr. Farm, if you're sort of new to these rooms, you'll always hear me talking about looking left. So what constitutes something that I really get interested in on the long or the short side is when I look left and I check if I see a lot of room that a stock can keep moving on the daily chart until it hits, if I'm going long, the next high, or if I'm going short, the next low on the daily chart, then that gets me really interested in a trade. Okay. So that's why, earlier today, the AZI, when we look left on the daily chart, getting in what got me into this one, and this is not typical for me. This is not typical to take a trade, right off the open. Usually, I do wait 15 minutes for things to settle down. But this was the only one that was really like super active in the pre-market. I mean, because a lot of times when you look at the pre-market actives, you'll see stocks that are up 100, 200%. This was up a nice percent. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't up like a massive amount. So I think there were a lot of eyeballs on this one, and also the pre-market high was, I think, 238 or something, 233 or so, right around here. And so when it took that out, you can see on the daily chart, look at the highs there, 226, 226, 226 on the daily chart. So taking out the pre-market high, then when you look left, the next high is 283. That is a ton of room on a percentage basis. So that's what got me so interested in this one right off the bat, as an example. Always looking left. Now, continuing ProGem, if you have a layout that you actually want to have every single day loaded, when you load trade ideas, the other thing you can do at the end is File, click on File, and then when it says Exit, okay, it's going to ask you, yes or no, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then your layout is saved. Your layout is saved. Okay, so then when you load trade ideas again, you're going to see the same layout. So at the very least, that's what you can do. Well, that's because there's been no. Again, the only time you're going to get a re-entry price, Chief Eric Grant, is if the stock hits the stop price and then comes halfway between the original suggestion and the stop price. No stock has done that today. Okay. No stock has done that. Okay. That's the reason. So for instance, if I look at yesterday, you can see there were some, whoops. Well, I don't know why it's not showing, but there were some yesterday. There were at least two or three yesterday, and I think one of them was awesome. They're not all going to, but that's the reason why you're not seeing anything. Okay, makes sense? Okay. The 5-minute reversal scanner, that's I don't have that up and running. So that's an alert window, right? Oh, I'm talking to Rami. That is an alert window, right? Okay. Well, if it's green, so in an alert window, it'd be a bad example, but select colors. So this is what it means. So if this were an alert window that was also showing shorts, stocks moving down, because in that one there's stocks moving up and stocks moving down. So a bullish alert would be a stock moving higher. And you can pick your colors. Bearish alert would be red. Okay, a stock moving down. Very rarely do I get a neutral. Okay, so these are just colors that you can select. And I can't even remember when I did this one. Pink, red. So that's the red and the green for sure. Pink, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you would be getting pink. Okay, I'm not quite sure why I'd be getting pink. I might have to load the scan to see, but I would just pay attention to the red but that's what it means. It means bullish alert means the stock was moving higher. So if you're looking at the 5-minute reversal, obviously a 5-minute high versus a 5-minute low. Well, okay. I mean, you can keep using the channels, ProJam, but I mean, at some point you might want to create your own layout. Okay. Let me see. I'll load it. Okay. I haven't looked at this one for a long time. I'm talking to ProJam in our YouTube room. At some point, you might want to create your own channel or your own layout like your charts with your own time frames that you like. But if you've got this on, I mean, if you've got this on your screen right now, I mean, that's what I would do. I would maybe try to create your own layout. I mean, at the very least, you could just create a layout with this in it. I mean, but I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense because you want to have charts also, associated with it. All right. Well, if you want to create your own layout, then, you can take scans from me or even scans from the channels. Let me show you how you can do that. Just give me one moment though. I just want to load this. So that is a 5-minute reversal. Let me see if I can find that one. Talk. Okay, that's a 15-minute, but I mean, I may have even changed it to 5. But let me at one point. Oh, here we are. Gap reversal is 5 minutes. Okay, let me just see what it looks like. So obviously, I've color coded this in a different way. Yellow is down and green is up. I cannot see how you would have pink though as something here. Now, in it's a multi, so you actually have to, yeah, you have to go into the individual, you have to go into the individual scans themselves. So yellow is down and green is up in this particular case. I don't see how you can have pink. It's a multi-strategy window, right? Well, ProGem, have you gone over the, because how to create a layout should be in the initial, one of the videos in the, give me a moment. Just as a reference, okay? I hope you've done this, taking a look at the, my homepage. And when you click on, because this will get you started, okay? Go down to the education section, click on the more info, and I'm pretty sure there's whoops, right here, getting started with trade ideas. Getting started with layouts, okay? Getting started with layouts right here, okay? But the idea though is if you took something from me, so for instance, right here, and this could be for other people also, the fact that I'm sharing these, this information, where it says view scans. So in order for you to, for instance, if you like this scan, the gap continuation or reversal, well, you click on it right here where it says open scan. What'll happen is in my case, it's going to create a tab, and you're going to see the link here. It depends on how you've got your browser set up. It could start in a new tab, but so watch what happens when I do it. I'm going to click on the gap continuation or reversal, click on open scan. And so here it is. Okay. Here it is. Here's the link for it. So I'm going to left click and then I'm going to highlight it. I'm going to drag my mouse over, highlight it. So it's all highlighted. And then I'm going to control copy on my keyboard, control copy. Now it's copied. Don't worry about all this. I mean, it's a little, I mean, if you can follow what I'm doing, just highlight it like, most things in a browser, just highlight it and now copy it. Now the link is copied. And if you've done it correctly, then you go up to the toolbar and click on file and then load from cloud. Basically what the copy does, it puts it into the cloud and then file load from cloud. If you've done it correctly, that link will be right here and filled in this box. Okay. You can see it ends in 780F. So we know we've done it correctly, and then you load it. So now it'll be on your screen. Okay, popped on one of my other monitor. Now it's on your screen. Now don't forget, you want to save it to the cloud. Save individual scans to the cloud. So we're not talking layouts yet, but so right click and click save or share to cloud, and now save it. Now it's in your cloud. You've taken it from my cloud, put it on your screen, and now you're going to save it into your cloud. Now, as you do that or create your own scans and maybe create your own charts, that's when when you've got whatever you want set up, now you can save your layout. Okay, file, save or share to cloud, and click on entire layout and give it a name. Okay, just give it a name and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Because if you accidentally shut down your layout or it's there. The other reason to do this is because you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have it on many different devices. So if I went out and bought a new laptop today, yeah, I download the program and then I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. I think everybody understands how the cloud works in general. So I just load from the cloud. Okay. So that's another reason to save things to the cloud. But as I was saying earlier, at the very least, when you exit trade ideas, and always exit trade ideas at the end of the day, file, exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to save this? Do you want to load this layout that you've got on the layout you're using? Is this the layout you want to load when you load trade ideas again? More than likely, you're going to say yes. That'll also save it. Saves it not to the cloud, I think. It'll save it onto your computer, sort of a local save. But okay, hopefully that makes sense. And creating your own layout, then of course is up to you in terms of, boy, look at this LW. What a fantastic, fantastic short. Look how beautiful it is on a 2-minute chart. How, other than that little jog right there at around 952, how the wave is super narrow. Well, you don't know. I mean, I'd love to, Shadan. I mean, I didn't know. The question is, how did I know it was going to continue? There's no 100% certainty, Shadan, of course. But, as I said before, when it took out the high of the day or the high in the pre-market, and when you're looking left and it had, about 50 or 60 cents to the next high, I mean, that's a great percentage move if it could get there. Not saying it would get there, but it was just, trying to put the odds in my favor. And then obviously you don't know if it's going to continue all day long. Obviously, AZI has not. It could happen later on in the day. I have a price alert at 3. Well, if you've got the toolbar, again, if you want to take my scans, do what I just did, okay? Because if you have the toolbar and it's a completely blank screen, okay, and you want to load my scans or create your own scan. Again, if you want to create your own scans, but this is why you really should take a look at the videos, okay? Because you can create your own scans, click on new in an alert window, and then you can create your own scans from scratch and it'll show up on the monitor, on your monitor. But yeah, I guess really, yeah, start off with a blank window with the toolbar. Then you can bring in my scans if you want. I'm not trying to force my scans on anybody. It's just what happens to be what I want to see. Well, you don't have to have them all, okay? I don't have them all up and running. Because, to me it'd be too much information. But you can load all my scans, sure. And maybe, okay, if you want to create a layout, but with all my scans, I mean, you could do that, but that'll be a lot of information coming at you. The only ones I have up and running are these two right now, but that's for my style of trading, of course. Some people might want the races. I do have a couple of races. I'll bet you I've missed the Radak. Oh, what a great short on this one too. I missed out on this one. RDAC 1201 was the original alert, and here we are at 1022. Another really nice one. So if you want this, to show you how you create a don't repeat out of this, I'll show you how. See what a nice watch list is. I mean, when I say nice, not that many stocks, and that's what you want. I'd love to see just 15 max. So it gives me a nice watch list for the entire day. See, here's another one that just showed up, okay, NRXS. It just showed up, potential short. A lot of shorts available. Actually, Interactive Brokers, I'm surprised, had a big pop in the pre-market, but it's been fading, fading, fading. I typically don't short. I typically do not short low price stocks like this. I've shied off. So in order to add now ProGem, I mean, you could make sure. I don't know what sort of experience you have trading. The fact that I have a 2-minute chart and a 5-minute chart and a daily and a weekly and a monthly. That's what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. So I don't know what style of trading you or what experience you've got. Not everybody will want, but I'll show you how you can create a chart. If you click on new from the toolbar and then click on chart window, what's going to happen if you do that? More than likely, you're going to get a big SPY chart. So when I click on chart window, I mean, this is what happened. It's a big window because I use this for my I use this for my video that I do. So that's why it's just such a big window. But of course, then what you do is just resize it more than likely. So here's a SPY chart I've got on my other. So how to resize a chart? You just grab the top, left click and drag down, or left click on the left on a side and move it over. Things like that. That's how you can size the chart. So these charts, I believe they're probably about the same size. So if you want the charts all about the same size, then you've got your one chart. Pick the time frame you want. Okay, pick the time frame that you want in order to do that, because I think probably it's going to be a 5-minute chart that gets that's the default. But over here there's a clock, and you can just pick the time frame you want. So I've picked obviously 5 minutes here. I wanted to change it to a 15-minute chart. Pick 15 and see how it changes to 15. So what I would do though, I would, again, you don't have to have all these charts, but let's say you want to have another chart. I've got a 5-minute chart here. Just right click on it and duplicate it. So now you've got another chart, but now change the time frame. Go to the clock and change the time frame. And you kind of keep doing that, duplicate the charts to get all the different time frames you want. Okay. And then once you've got the charts that you want, and again, maybe you've got the the AI, maybe you have some of my scan. Then once you've done that, then make sure then you just save your layout as I've outlined. There's a section on charts, in that video. Hmm. In the video section, okay, in the education section that I went over, there's a section. If you haven't done that, and I'm talking to everybody, okay, do yourself a favor. I know, it's not going to take long. The 12 videos are very short to go through, but a lot of this is covered. Like most guys, and I'm a most guy. We don't want to read instructions. We just want to buy something and the heck with the instructions, right? Typical guy. And I get it, but do yourself a favor. Not just you, ProJam, but anybody listening to me. Go through those videos. Might take you, I don't know, half an hour max to go through them. And it'll give you, it covers the major ingredients of trade ideas. So I cannot answer that question, Chief Eric Grant. I know there are a lot of people so anybody in this room uses parallels. And the reason you're doing it, of course, is because you want to turn your Mac into a PC so that you can use this downloadable application. It's PC based. But just a minute, I'm just going to ask. I have not heard anything like that, but I just want to ask: is anybody in this room, either room, using Parallels or some emulation program? Well, okay, Parallels specifically as their emulation program. If you have a Mac, because I know we have people in Trade Ideas who you have Macs and they're using Parallels, but I just want to see if they're having the same issue loading from the cloud and with linking. Just trying to canvas the room. Okay, so thank you, Dragon. So so Dragon says he's got a MacBook Pro M1, use Parallels, no issue with loading to and from cloud. How about linking? Do you link? Okay, loading from. Thanks, guys. Otto saying the same thing. Loading and do you link also? Now, understand what linking is in general. Okay, we have if you click on Tools from the toolbar, click on Tools from the toolbar, and we have what's called an external linking tool. So what does that mean? We link with many brokers, including, of course, Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, but many brokers. What linking means, though, is I have a link, of course, with Interactive Brokers. Okay, what does that mean? That means that when I click on a symbol, just give me one moment. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Back again. So again, what the linking means is that when I click on a symbol, any symbol, pick a symbol, any symbol, okay? I click on this symbol, Galt, it automatically loads into my order entry and trade in Interactive Brokers. And that's where I trade. I don't use Brokers Plus. I trade it from within, okay, from within my brokers, Interactive Brokers. So that's what linking does. Give me one moment, okay? Just give me one moment. Get up and go. Okay, so yeah, listen, and I've heard this complaint about interactive brokers, for as long as I've had it. I've had the program now for, boy, I think it's 10 years in January. 10 years in January. I think it's my 10th anniversary. And is it the best? I mean, best. I find it very, very reliable, and that's all I care about. Do the charts look great? Nah. Does it look a little cumbersome compared to other brokers? Perhaps. Is it, well, cumbersome? Does it look as nice as other brokers' platforms? Probably not. All I care about, though, I mean, I haven't made a change in 10 years to my original layout. And as long as when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry, and I able to trade it the way I want to. That's all I care about. So linking. So again, what linking does, we link with many brokers, and you just click on tools and external linking, and then you can establish, add a link, and you just follow these instructions. Now, sometimes you might have to experiment, to get the link working. The brokers don't generally care whether we can link with them or not. Now, IB does, because we work pretty closely with them. Alpaca probably, E-Trade doesn't care, and Thinkorswim or the other broker, they don't really care whether we can link with them. So sometimes it's a little bit of trial and error to establish the link, but that's what the link is, Ken. Okay. It's it's for somebody like me who's clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. It's a tremendous time saver. I could never have a broker that I could not have an effective link to. If you're more of a swing trader and you're just looking at the odd symbol all day long, it's not that big a deal. But boy, all day long, guys, LW. Yeah, no kidding. So target raised to 326 from 315 by Jeffries. What are we at now? That's for FedEx. Okay, guys, just following internal discussion of trade ideas in our Slack thread. Really? Beyond Meat just exploded up? Okay, let me see. Beyond Meat. Yeah, it's probably just memers somewhere got a hold of it. So after hours, they terminated the VP and principal accounting officer. That was after hours. I don't know if that's usually not a good idea or a good thing, but yeah, I mean, remember, I mean, this got the nonsensical action 2 months ago. There was no real reason for this move other than traders. got a hold of it. Is there a video? Not well, actually, you just have to literally click on tools. Okay, tools. Now, the other thing I should always mention this: you can't use the latest version of Interactive Brokers. Okay, unfortunately, we do not link with the latest version. When you load trade, like me, they're always saying, "Why don't you try the new desktop version, whatever it's called." Unfortunately, we don't link with that one. So you have to be using like an older version of Trade. I don't really. I mean, the later version of Interactive Brokers, I guess, looks a little nicer, but functionality wise, I don't think there's any difference. So literally, just do this with Berks. You click on Tools, External Linking, click on Add Link, and then where it says hover with the keeping this when the mouse active, hover over the and that's like that's for every linking. So you take your your pointer and put it right in the order entry, okay, and then hit the shift key. That'll establish the link. The only other thing you've got to do, okay, is in the right here is click on the rules. You'll see that you'll be able to click on rules, and there's a little drop down on the rules, and you'll see that Interactive Brokers Live. Select that. Now, if you have a trial version, I don't know how live that is, but it's a very effective link. I've never had it, break during the day. Yeah, I mean the news. When a stock is halted, I see this. You get the big halt price. You get this. This is not halted, of course. Beyond Meat is not halted. Also, things like this, where it's showing me how many shares are available to short. You can't see the symbol, but that is BYND. There's all sorts of, I think, great features in Interactive Brokers. Always amazed when people say, "Well, I don't have a window like that in Thinkorswim or something, or your broker." So you never have to guess how many shares are available to short. Yeah, I don't know what they mean by desktop because I mean I'm using the desktop version of I've got it, but the latest the IBKR desktop, the latest version, which doesn't link. So Trader Workstation is what you have to have. Just give me a moment. All right. Well, thank you for that, Pepe. I didn't really know that. I had it loaded. I mean, actually downloaded it, and I thought, okay, I'll use it. I mean, it looks a little prettier, I suppose, but then I found we can't link with it, so I stopped. So I think, am I there? Yes, Robert, in our YouTube room. I think it's never been an issue for me, but I think if you if you close down Trade ID, once you've established the link and you shut, and Pepe will, well, unfortunately, you can't link with IB Lite, Paul. I mean, if that's important to you. Um, if you shut down, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pepe, the order would be this: once you've established the link, and then when you want to close down your broker plat or IB or whatever well, IB anyway, shut down Trade Ideas first, and then IB, and then reverse it the next day. Okay, so that should remember the fact that you did the link. Okay. Now, if it doesn't work, it takes about 5 seconds to establish a link. Okay. I mean, it's not like it's the end of the world if somehow the link is not there, but yeah, so if you've established the link with Interactive Brokers, then the first step is when you're done for the day, shut down Trade Ideas first, and then Interactive Brokers, and then on Monday, load IB first, and then Trade Ideas. And that's, but again, if you have to reestablish a link every day, it takes about 5 seconds. It's not like it's a big deal. I have no idea. I always wonder. I mean, this is what I can. I mean, this is what you're talking about, right, Poe? I have no idea what I pay. I mean, I think I really don't know. I think I trade enough that it's probably free, but okay, that makes sense, Pepe. I have no idea, Poe. It can't be much. Well, you should be able to go onto the website. Calling them is going to be, I mean, that you could be held up for a long time. You should be able to go to the IB website, and they should. Thing is I sort of remember going to it a long time ago, and there's so many different options. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I honestly don't know. I don't know how much, if anything. I don't even know if it costs me anything right now. But IB Lite though is something you can, if you want to, if you want to be able to link, you can't use IB Lite. Okay, if you don't need linking, then yeah, go ahead and get to IB Lite. We're talking IB Lite is not available in Canada, and I wouldn't take it anyway because I can't. It doesn't link. So looks like AZI is done, guys. I mean, I was thinking maybe later on in the day, but that'd be you'd have to get a lot of enthusiasm to come back. I always think you get what you pay for. I don't know anybody. I mean, I'm sure IB Lite is fine, but the fact you have to pay half a cent a share in commissions for using their whatever they call it, their pro version, but maybe you get better fills. I don't know, and that might compensate for the fact you have to pay. I just don't know. Oh, that might be something also. Yeah, because yeah, you can. Well, we start getting our data, and the reason we moved because that's when IB. So we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time, and IB you can trade at 4 a.m. Eastern time, of course. And I believe we go to about 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern time. So Robert Muller, you asked, am I there? I am here. I'm not sure if you've. If you heard me, if you have a question. Yeah, LW has been just an awesome all day short, really. Oh, jeez. Pepe, maybe you'll get a kick out of this. I was thinking, what is going on here? What's going on? This should not have duplicated. Why did it duplicate? BMNR, why is it duplicated? Why is it duplicated? And I was going through, I'm sure, you know, what was that? That's the gap up and go, right? The gap up and go. Don't repeat. So why did it repeat? Why did it repeat? Well, one symbol is BMNR and this is BMRN. So that's the reason. It's driving me crazy trying to figure out why did it repeat. I need a break. Eyesight error. It was an eyesight error. Wow. What a 47. I mean, look at that, guys. That's over a $2 move. I mean, that's a great move. LW 47.61, 44.45 now. Not in it. And if you're wondering why, as I said earlier, I'd already made a nice, great trade on the AZI, so I wasn't really interested in trading that much anymore. So again, guys, if you want the don't repeat version, just let me know. I'll show you how to create your own don't repeat version because sometimes with an alert and why is this? Because look at the beautiful watch list that it creates, and you can just go back in time and see what's happened. Maybe nothing has happened. Maybe it's at the same price, or maybe it's setting up at a different price. I mean, it's a nice watch list, and this is so manageable as opposed to yesterday's. Interesting, there were no gap down and goes today, because if there were, there'd be a powder blue. Or sorry, gap down and reverse. Sorry, I meant gap down and reverse. Well, Robert, you asked, am I there? Maybe I have to say, yes, I am, or type it in. Well, it's definitely a gap down and go. Yeah. Well, we had to go back 5 years before we saw the next low. So I mean, I don't, that was around 39, I think. We had to go back 5 years on a monthly chart to see where the next low was. So I mean, there's honestly, I don't think there's any chart support at all. I mean, it may finally stop moving down, but it won't be because it hit a something on a chart. Make sure I'm correct. Yeah, so this month right here, I think that was, yeah, 2020. So March of 2020, there's the low right here. 38, say call it $39. So I mean, it's still, I'm not saying we're not talking it's going to get there, and there might be a week, within this month, there could have been a week. But I mean, but do we really care what happened 5 years ago? Because you look at the monthly chart right there. I mean, that's $48. and we're at 44 right now. So I don't really think there's any chart support unless you consider what happened 5 years ago. Chart support. Wow, I'm not a lucky man, Paul. You know me. There'd be no way I would be holding on to AZI. None of these are usually long-term trades. Okay, guys, it is 11:35 right now. So in about 25 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Well, I don't know. Well, to me, the question is short AZI now. I mean, it's pretty extended on the way down now. I mean, the short opportunity. If you had, I had no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but obviously the short opportunity would have been, on that break right there, around 250. If you had shorts available, nice consolidation, leave it on a 5-minute chart, and then all of a sudden the break. But I had no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, so that's why I wasn't really following it anymore. Only on the upside, I was hoping maybe it would hold this 280 mark up here, and then later on in the day, take out 3 again. But it doesn't look like it's going to. And that's why I have that little blue line up here. That's a price alert, just over 3. Wondering if it would do that, but I'm almost sure it's not going to do it. And you know what? The way it's trading, I think there's a healthy dose of skepticism about their press release that somebody was going to invest $90 million at 350 a share. Okay, investor CDIB confirms $90 million initial investment at 350 a share. So why would they? But I'm not trying to say it's fake or anything, but I went long just at market open, Dr. Farm. I don't usually, if you were here, maybe you weren't here in the pre-market because I said, I don't often take trades in the first 15 minutes, but I said if AZI takes out that pre-market high with all the room it had on the daily chart, it was going to be something I was going to be extremely tempted to do, and that's what I did. If you see it, if you see it time after time, then it stops becoming anecdotal, doesn't it, JTV? Depending how many times you're seeing it. But Poe, they're trying to protect you from yourself. Well, it can be, Dr. Farm. I mean, it's just not. There's no hard and fast rule, but when you look at AZI and that pre-market high was I think 233, and when you look left, the next high was 280, and it was The other reason was that AZI was the stock that was up the most in the pre-market, okay? And so, there are gonna be a lot of eyeballs on it. And so, when it took out the pre-market high and when it had all that room looking left, again, typically I do not trade like that. I like to wait 15 minutes, but that one just looked too juicy for me. No, it worked out great, but it's very possible it could have just reversed on me, but I had to stop to get out. I agree 100%, Shadan. High price stocks have more of a chance for continue. Well, that's because, usually because of the float. You're not going to get, with a 2 million float, you're going to get more volatility as opposed, though I think, yeah, okay, Lamb Weston. So I mean, it's got 137 million in float. So I mean, that's why a stock with 137 million in float typically is not just going to be so volatile, like popping way up and popping down and up and down, like a stock with 2 million in the float. Now, you see, we don't have any float information for this one, which is interesting. But CCL, then it must be. See, CCL has a billion in the float. So I mean, that's why, yeah, it's having a little bit of bit of a more of a wave now. Oh, I have no idea, Dragon. I really don't have any idea, when or if it's going to be added. I'll ask again, but you know what? I ask everybody now. I'm sure Dan is not going to be doing the Wednesday YouTube because Wednesday's half a day, so I'm sure he's not going to be there. But you know, in January, when we get back to sort of a normal schedule, so I have no idea. So the question really is, can we get can we create a scan, like an alert window that gives you a real time alert when the buy hits, when the buy symbol hits or the sell hits? Right now, you probably know this though. Right now, the only way you can get some kind of a real time alert is if you click on New and then go down to Market Explorer. You probably know this, but click on Market Explorer, click on it, and then this window will pop up, My Market Explorer Strategy. Left click on it, and then select Strategy. Box pops up, scroll down, Trade Wave to Trade Wave. Another box pops up, Trade Wave Buy, 5 minutes. Okay, so you do that. So these are scans that are based on 5 minutes, and these are real-time alerts, but it has to close as a buy, okay? Because sometimes, so you see, what time is it now? 11. So the last time any stock met the filter requirements was at 11:30 for CHRW. And you should see a buy flag right there. Well, that's on a 2 minute, but so there it is, okay? And from there, yeah, it worked okay. Now you cannot control anything within here. In other words, you can't say, "Well, I only want to see this price range," or the volume will be fine. Okay, you're not going to see volume that is really putrid. So that's fine. But here, like, let's take a look at AVO. Just popped in. Okay, there's a little buy flag right there. Now, does it mean you just pile into the trade? No. It's like anything else. I mean, if it were that easy, we'd all be multimillionaires. But that's what it's telling you. The buy flag showed up. Now you can make up your mind. Does this look interesting enough to trade it? Now, sometimes what you'll see, okay, so here's how you get it. So from the toolbar, click on New. So you didn't know. I thought you did know, but click on New from the toolbar. and then go down to Market Explorer, left click left click on it, a Market Explorer. Do it again, okay? I wanna make sure this is for everybody who wants to have that little scan up and running. So new, click on new from the toolbar, go down to Market Explorer, left click on it. This Market Explorer strategy box pops up. Right click on it, right click in the box, and then you're going to see select, then another box pops up. Hover over select strategy, and then another box pops up, and then go down to Trade Wave. Another box pops up, and then Trade Wave by 5 minutes. Then this is what you're going to see. And you actually see all of them today, all of them today. And it does work. It does work in the pre-market. Okay. So you can incorporate this window as part of your layout if you really want to follow it. So you don't have to do it every day. So I haven't even looked at the AI today. Now, guys, let's see if let's see if this one will start to work. Okay, so here's your first re-entry. Okay, 768. So the price is now 781. Okay, somebody was asking, well, I had the columns, but they're all blank. Well, now you're getting one because what happened is that the suggested the alert price was at 780. The stop was at 757. It hit the stop. It hit the stop at some point, and then it came halfway between 780 and 757, which happens to be 768. So if you just waited for that, you know, I don't know if it's going to keep really ripping higher, but certainly from 768, it got up to almost 8. That's not bad. So there's call it a movement afoot that people who you just wait for re-entries. You don't take the original alerts, so you're going to miss like a lunar just ran. You know, CUK just ran, but this gives you a better entry because it's always going to be at a better price than the original alert. But you run the risk of something just running on you. But it's up to you. And remember, you can have put a sound alert on these. Whole idea of sound alerts, you put a different sound alert on your different windows so that when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. Okay, guys, time is it now? 11:46. So before I take my break, I just want to go over my homepage before I take my break, show you the information you can get from my homepage. Okay, so again, if you want to take a subscription, we've got the promo on right now for 25% off. First month only in both either standard or premium or the entire year of standard and premium. Okay. So first month only if you take out a monthly. And all I ask, use my code at any time in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the use of all the codes. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. And for those of you in YouTube, there's another room, trading room. It's a lot more action, more traders in there, interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but this is free also. Education section is here. I'll quickly, you want me to explain these? Okay, but I'll quickly do this. Education section, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, the getting started with Trade Ideas, you have to do this, okay? Spend the time, 12 short videos, mandatory. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with the second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you'd at least want to try on a month-to-month basis. Or first month, if you don't like it, just tell us. There's no contract really. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, another free something free for you if you're new to trading, 15 videos. Then here are my scans. You'll click on my homepage link. Here they are. This is what I'm currently sharing. So I was asked to explain the gap continuation and this one. I can briefly explain them. So it's a multi-strategy window. There are 4 scans in here. One's a gap up and go, a gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So what is a gap up and go? Now understand what the gap is. What we mean by a gap it means that's the first trade of the day. So in all this, so let's just take a look at what this looks like. If I open the or configure, click on the configure, it's going to show you what that is looking for. So in all cases, the gap has to be at least 50 cents above yesterday's close, and the ones that has to also represent 4% above yesterday's close. So that's the gap. Okay, that's the opening trade of the day. And then here are the other filters. You know, between $1 and $50, 300,000 shares minimum. But that's what the gap is. And I also delay it for 15 minutes. You know, so I don't want to see alerts between 9:30 and 9:45 because it'd be too hectic. Stocks are gapping up and down constantly. Not that everything is settled after 15, but certainly in the first 15, you'll get a lot of. So that's why I put a 15-minute delay. You don't have to, but you'll get, you'll be maybe a little overwhelmed. And then, if all these filters are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you would get the real-time alert. Okay, so that's the gap up and go. And so if I look at the gap down and reverse, it's this is just now the difference is now we want the stocks to be 50 cents below and 4% below yesterday's close on the first print of the day. Everything else is the same. And then, but is the stock making a new high? So a gap down, and then it's reversing. But it's making a new high, so it gives you a reversal play. And then, it's just that, gap up and reverse. That's with those filters in place, the stock gapped up, and then it started to reverse. Again, it doesn't mean that and then a gap down and go like the LW, the stock gap down, and then at the time of the alert, it was making a new low. And that's why. So it doesn't mean though that just because you get an alert that it's going to absolutely continue in that direction. But I want to see it. Okay. And then this one is what we call a compare count window. And it's basically taking 2 competing scans. In this case, the green data, you're going to see the same filters for the red data. We can just flip them though, what we call flipping. So right here, you see, I want to see stocks making a new high for the day with these filters in place. Okay, and the up 2% from yesterday's close, the volume in the last minute, 300% of normal, etc. So here are all the filters that I'm using. Okay, for stocks making new highs, and you're going to see when I look at the ones making new lows, it'll show you that stocks have to be down at least 2%. So it's like taking 2 scans and comparing them, competing against each other. And with the market being up today, you would anticipate that you're going to get a lot of green stocks. So again, if I look at see now it's new low of the day and down 2%. So it's like taking 2, like a mirror image, one going up, one going down, and running them off against each other. And this is sort of old school, just a different way to present the data. I could have these 2 different scans up and running side by side, and I'll get the same data. This is just sort of an interesting way to present the data as the old style ticker. That's why I do it. And I don't pay that much attention to the graph here. This is just showing the rapidity of how fast am I getting alerts, and they're all real time. So when I click on EPAC, that would have made a new high. Right there. See, it made a new high right there. So that's why I'm seeing EPAC meeting all the filter requirements. Now, does it mean I take the trade immediately? No. I What happens is sometimes this window can get a little stagnant, over the course of the day. And so, this keeps it interesting because we're always seeing, active stocks right now. All this is showing is that there are more stocks that were making new highs of the day in that, and those two scans versus stocks are making new lows of the day. That's all it's showing. Okay, with those filters. I mean, so that's why. So you can also start it. I'm going to clear it. Now I'm starting. Let's see, because sometime, at the beginning of the day, you might get the massive top, of stocks. And I started this at 9:30, but I'm going to start it right now at 11:54. And let's see if there's more red showing up than green, starting right now. 11:55, guys. So what I'm going to do now is just put my announcement in. I'll be taking a break. Whew. But you could do it with large cap stocks, to see, large cap stocks. What is there a big difference in large cap stocks moving versus small up versus large cap stocks moving down? I mean, this is just, you can compare counts of anything. For instance, you could also keep like a symbol list of energy stocks as an example, and show me the stocks in that symbol list that you've got of energy stocks. What's more active? One's moving up versus one's moving down. Things like that, or bios or tech stocks. And I forgot to go over the sector status. I'll do that when I come back. Okay, guys, in the main room, I'm just going to pop in the YouTube link, so you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. He'll be there in about 5 minutes from now in our YouTube room. It's Andy from Trade Ideas, of course. Yeah. So the format between 12 and 1 Eastern time in our YouTube room. This is typically what's been happening. Monday and Tuesday, it's Chris. Wednesday, the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin, he starts his own stream, so it doesn't take over my stream in YouTube. And then on Thursday, it's Steve Gomez, and on Friday, it's Andy Lindloff. Okay, and obviously, all those people are from Trade Ideas, and they just take over the stream, except for Dan. He wants to be different and start his own stream. And those guys, well, not so much Dan, but certainly Chris, Steve, and Andy. Doesn't take much, but they're way more swing traders than I am. I'm basically not a swing trader at all, so that's why it doesn't take much. And next week I'll be taking. Well, of course, Thursday is Christmas, so I'll be taking. But I'm going to take Wednesday and Friday off. The room will be open. Okay, not YouTube though. YouTube will not be open because I there's no way I can moderate it. So unless one of the other traders, Trade Ideas, wants to do it, but they might do on Well, I don't think there will not be, and nobody will do it on Wednesday. Anyway, like the 12 to 1, because the market will be closed just about. And that will keep Mrs. Anderson very happy. All right, guys. So Andy, it's 11:59. We're just waiting for a little pop. I usually hear a little pop when he comes into the into YouTube. Boy, Lunar has been an awesome one for my AI guy. I mean, awesome. I mean, hardly any pullback. So if you just use this like a watch list all day long, sometimes they'll set up at different prices. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I think people get very hung up and say, "Well, I had the entry at 12.92 and I missed it." Because it's 13.01 now. Well, okay, guys, I heard a little pop, so I think Andy is in our YouTube room right now. So before I join him in YouTube, for the main room, I'm putting myself on mute now, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room. I'm assuming it's you, Andy. You said it was going to be you. Don't
Yes, it
disappoint me.
is. Yeah, here I am, Barry. How are
All
you?
right. Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty euphoric after last night's football game. That was, I don't know if you
Oh, wasn't
probably
that a
didn't
good
see
one?
it.
Oh,
Did you watch it right to the end?
mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
that was incredible.
As a Seahawk fan, I mean, it was pretty miserable for most of the game.
Yeah. Well, gosh,
But
yeah, they're in the fourth quarter. Yeah, you were down by what, 16? Yeah.
16 with 8 minutes left, and two horrible interceptions, and it just goes to show anything can happen. And they showed some odd, like 1% chance of winning when they were down
Yes.
16 with 8 minutes left, and
Yeah.
so
I think it was 3%, but still,
well,
that was
3 minutes,
crazy.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, and then the guts to go for a 2 pointer because, and I'm sorry, guys, we'll get to trading. Well, honestly, we'll get to trading, but the guts to go for a 2 pointer because with a tie game, they were insured of being in the playoffs. Okay,
Oh, I did
so a
not know that.
tie, yeah,
Oh,
they would that was an insurance. If they missed that, there's no, and if they'd lost that game, there's no assurance that we're going to make the playoffs because there's a lot of teams with the same kind of record, and they have to play San Francisco and Carolina, and these are these could be very tough games. So they could have
yes.
easily have lost those games and missed the playoffs, and so that was a gutsy move to go
Yes,
for it because
that was a very gutsy move then. I did not
yeah,
realize that. I can understand, just for the basic fact that probably your best scenario in that case was to tie because otherwise they could come down and probably kick a field goal or whatever and you could either lose or tie. But I did not know that, yeah, that would secure a playoff spot.
yeah,
That's
secure
crazy.
the playoff spot. So yeah, so that was so interesting that they did that, and it wasn't an easy one because he has a little harassment in the pocket, and I know, oh my God, you're gonna get it out, and he did. He found the guy just over the goal line. So anyway, guys, I
Crazy.
and good luck tomorrow. I know your guys play
Oh
tomorrow,
yeah,
right?
big game.
So
Yeah.
good luck tomorrow, and I'll be
Yeah.
thinking about you.
I hate
So
the Go ahead.
what?
No,
No,
I
no,
was just gonna
no.
say,
Well,
I
I
hate
just
the time slot. Yeah, it's like,
yeah,
that I don't like morning games, but, anyway, it'll still be fun.
yep, for
Yep, looking
sure.
forward to it.
Okay, Andy. So we'll see you in about an hour. Okay.
Yep, see you later, Barry. Have a good one.
Okay. Bye.
Hello, traders. How are you? Yes, deplorable. Good day to you too, and go Aggies. See if the market is finally trying to turn around. I thought maybe we'd get some sellers coming in there, uh, but not looking bad. Keep an eye on this path, PATH. Still, it's just a beautiful setup here, and you can see just hanging on to that 20 period moving average. It still hasn't kind of moving with a lot of the other tech technology stocks. So that one is one to definitely keep an eye on for sure. But anyway, welcome to the support webinar, guys. If you have any questions, hit me up in the YouTube chat there. I'll do my best to answer them. Otherwise, we can definitely talk stocks. I'll go over kind of my positions. Yes, yes, it is a quad witching day, and Steve pointed out to me yesterday. He sent me a link over in our Skype. Uh, I'm sorry, Slack, and it's the largest option quad witching on record. So a lot of stuff expiring today. Hey, okay, hey, Three Sharp. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that YouTube, but glad you're in here. It does. I would have figured that does say Three Sharp in there. Yeah, yeah, we could. I don't know. We got a rough, tough track, man. We got to play Miami. Then we got to, if we win, we play Ohio State, and then if we beat them, we probably play Georgia before we even make it to the last game. So yeah, I mean, if we can win one game, I'll be. I mean, they've already overdone their expectations by far from what I thought. I thought they were going to probably be 9-3, 10-2, maybe for lucky. So it's tough, we've been seeing a lot of selling over the last several days come into the market, and it's really tough when you're sitting on some profits, to not scalp a little bit. Uh, but yes, yes, path was the one of my suggested swings, and obviously it hasn't really done anything. It had a little head fake there. Like to see it go back up to that level. Yeah, Akamai, I think is definitely one you need to keep an eye on. Is probably you could just see that. I mean, you talk about relative strength. You look at what the market's done. This thing has really been holding its 10-period moving average, and for the most part, over the last 4 days, it's 20-period moving average as well. One to keep an eye on above that 90 level. There was a good one I had that was on our list. What was the name of it? I already forgot what it was. I scalped it yesterday. It was a great trade. Uh, I'll think about it and see if I can remember it. This AXTI looks pretty good too, but it kind of head faked. But I'm gonna put alert right there if it gets back above that level. And SMAR is being very stubborn. SMR. I mean, you look at Oklo's up. I wish I'd have grabbed that this morning, but it's up 8%. NNE that had earnings is up 8% and going to highs. I really think got a pretty good position in this SMR, and it's really lagging, only up 3.5%. I mean, uh, it's probably a fundamental reason for that, but a lot of shorts and a lot of new shorts. So I think I'm hoping this thing can squeeze, but it's definitely being stubborn, not trading like the rest of them. But I've seen it do this before, and you get frustrated and get out, and then you look at the end of the day and it's trading up at 20. Into this FLNC today. Uh, You can see my entry there, 773. This one, had a really nice move. It's pulled back. So this is one, got a starter position in it, and then we'll add if we can get back above Let's call it that 2080 level. Yeah, yeah, it's been ugly, and I'm trying to hang on and not give up on this ugly thing, but because of this strength in NNE and OCLA. I mean OC OKLO Oklo, because you get those shorts scurrying for the exit, and uh-oh, what just happened? Hopefully nothing major. ABCT's a little Bitcoin play that uh, hoping will get going. Got a pretty good position in that too. But obviously we'll need. Let's go over the rest of my trades. WRD, missed my ad in that one this morning. Well, it's pulled back, but it's back above that 50. Would probably add. Yeah, path has been kind of frustrating. Hopefully, eventually get going. It's one of those crazy ones that will kind of sit around and do nothing, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that thing will just take off. Yeah, yeah. You talking about SMR? Yeah, they've been ugly. It's probably right here on this day right here where it kind of popped up and took out that little. Yeah, I see where you get sucked. I probably got suckered in that day too. That's nasty. Now, what I do like about it, okay, and I'm always when I'm looking at swing positions, I'm always doing this, looking at multiple time frames. And if you look at SMR on the weekly, and you would see that it is, if I could draw, sitting on its weekly time frame trend line. So that's the only really good thing about it technically. I mean, that I can find. So I forget it. You guys can see it. This thing just drives me crazy. Hey, worked. There you go. There you have it. It's and that disappeared when I stretched it out. Oh well. NNE just went to highs too, so this thing may get going. Oh, wait, am I off here or something? No. Oh, it's just a new. I don't know what happened to my candle. NNE's not acting right. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, charts are off. Okay. Thank you, Chris, I believe. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I was reading something. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going back to my old one if the charts are off. I can't deal with this. I'll go back to my regular layout, my default layout, which is basically just your old charts. Or is it the old charts too, huh? Hopefully not. Well, Baidu's having a pretty good day. See if I missed anything. Qfin is just one that I've uh, kind of played this morning. It's just holding this level. It's a China name. I feel like it's way overdone. And these, but it is China, so you got to be careful. But these things, uh, just see looking at kind of value in this thing, just buying a little bit of it. If it finally turns around, I do that every now and then. Just kind of dumb stuff like that. Yeah, I am seeing some issue in these charts too, so makes it kind of tough. All right, sorry guys, I had an important Slack to look at over there, but all right, I'm gonna have to just play old fashioned looking at tickers, looking at because it looks like my charts. Yeah, the charts are acting up right now. Hopefully, with that fixed really soon. But yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on my last prints. That's enough games, SMR. If you're gonna go, let's go. Man, I'm liking Amazon if it can break this get back above this 50 period moving average. I mentioned that today in my uh, video because you can see here if he's kind of breaking its trend or trying to break its trend here to the downside. There you have it, trying to get break that trend and get back above that 50. And I think if it takes out this high going over here, I think I mentioned, yeah, 230. If you get back above 230, I think this thing could be off to the races. I think path is probably not too, yeah, too far from highs here. 24, and yesterday's high is 34. KF, when you say scalping flow, I'm not really a day trader. I used to be for a very long time. I was a day trader, but now I'm more of a swing trader. And it's funny that you mentioned that because I uh, do some scalping in my swing trading. As a matter of fact, Steve and I, when we owned Today Trader, we used to refer. We had a system called swing scalping, and where we would look, for a setup. Maybe this would be a good example. This path, it's setting up really nicely, and we'll grab good size with the intentions of, getting a good explosive move out of this, and maybe, get a 10% gain pretty quickly and scalp out not all of it, but maybe, depending on how you feel, whether it's a third, whether it's a half. Uh, but the whole concept is finding these explosive setups and then having conviction and going in with size, and then when they go through, you ride it out. You sell half pretty quick, maybe 8 to 10%, and then what you do is you look for like a two. We find that the gist of the move is like 2.5, 3 days at the most, and then a stock can start waffling around and pulling back, and so what we do is, we basically pound out. We look for a nice trade for 2 and 3 days, and then it's like catching a wave. Catch a wave and you ride it out, and then when it's done, you go find another wave. It's kind of like what we do. Now I will hold sometimes, hold a quarter position for a long time. I've stayed in stocks for several months, but in a small size. But typically, after that big move, which is normally, 2 to 3 days, anywhere in between there, uh, I'm usually down to at least a quarter position left. And sometimes I lament that, sometimes I will say, darn, it'd be nice to still have that all, have it all, but and a lot of it depends on when you're entering the market. So, if the market's at, on a huge pullback, like right now, I may be looking at these positions saying, wow, the market's had a, pretty big pullback. I'm going to look to stay in longer. But if we're near highs, yeah, I'm looking to definitely, scalp out, you know, a lot of it quick. Okay. I just got to kind of look at its option expiration anyway. Yeah, Kodak's the only one. Bought yesterday. This was a call yesterday on a pullback to 21. I wish I'd have been patient and got 21, but I actually jumped in a little bit early. I thought I wasn't gonna get my price, but as long as it holds on to this 8, if it breaks that 8, I may have to get out of this. That 083 sharp. It works. It works. What it does is well, first of all, you're banging out some profits, so that gives you a little more leeway, if it starts running against you, so you could even lower your stop more since you banged out some profits. Uh, it just gives you staying power. It really does. It feels good to, get that move and take some off. Okay, I think we gotta have a bar reversal in this SMR, but I really can't tell from my charts. Hey, net trade, how are you? I just discussed that. Did you hear the last comments I made about strategy, or did you just jump in recently? Okay, restart it. I shall do that. Do I just reconnect or restart, Chris? Do I need to actually close down and log back in, or just reconnect? Okay. Ah, nice. Well, looks like it may have worked for me. Let me click on another symbol. I think they're working. Yeah, it looks like the cues are getting ready to go to highs. Yeah, I think I'm good, Chris. Oh, good. Thank you, Chris. Oh, the money machine. You know what? I haven't been playing around with that lately. We're working on some stuff that's going to come out in the new version. That's going to be cool. It's going to be some kind of new money machine stuff. So I'm kind of holding out for that. Uh, oh, Steve. That's Steve. Okay, sorry. I need to put that alert there at highs. I think there's a chance this SMAR can sit here and frustrate people and then just end up ripping. We'll find out. But good morning, Tesla. Let's see. In your B plus window, how do you get that display at the top with the various positions showing on the performance bar? It should be automatic. If not, go to your Windows. It should be, or go to New, and let's see what it's called here. I thought it was something line, but hold on. Show profit continuum. Where is that? Is it over here? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Go to Windows and click on check. Make sure you check show profit continuum. Thank you, Peppy. Yeah, it's under the Windows menu. I thought it was going to be under the new, but it's not. It's under the Windows menu. Oh, Peppy, I don't know what I'd do without him. You're welcome. Or I say you're welcome for Peppy. All right, Bitcoin is not really holding up that well, so I got to stop in that Mara at lows, let it go. And you got to be careful with Bitcoin. The market has a tendency too to follow Bitcoin around a bit. So if Bitcoin starts to sell off, you could see some weakness in the Qs and spies. Right now, it's sitting on its 5-day. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm looking at IBIT because Bitcoin trades overnight. Shoot, I'm gonna start watching some of this stuff because I feel it already. Tired of watching my profits disappear in this market. I'm gonna have to. If it takes out this low, I'm gonna have to sell some of this SMAR. If it takes out that, it's just ridiculous. Let's see if I got to stop in this. Okay, it's already in there. And it's probably hurt my ABTC too. Oh, Bitcoin just cannot hold up. No, it really can't. Now, hopefully, it'll just wick here and pop back up. Tesla's back above its 10 period moving average. And this one is now it did fall back below. Is it still above? No, it's not. But it's sitting here kind of going sideways just below that level. It wants that 500. You can feel it. This PEGA was on my list today. Gosh, I missed it. It's a nice little move there too. Put alert. Now this was a nice move off of earnings, but gosh, look at that fall it had. That how in the heck you're supposed to stay in that? Okay, got a little wick there in the Bitcoin. B is B having a good day? Yeah, that was out of the gates pretty fast. All right, Smar, have you done playing your little games? Are you upset because you couldn't get me out? Keep an eye on Kodak at the top of the hour. I think Trump's going to be speaking on some medical, uh, pharmaceutical deals on how he's going to get the prices down. And last time he did this, it had a good run to it, but we'll see. I'm not telling you to go buy it right now. I'm just saying keep an eye on it. Excuse me, I'll give me a cough drop real quick. Oklo's not too far off highs, so hopefully, and it is up 8.5%. So I'm hoping these shorts will eventually start to cover here. Yeah, you know what? I was such a wimp. I had an alert yesterday's highs, and I pulled it up, and I was fighting other stuff. I just totally missed it. This RGTI, you might keep an eye on as well. I mean, especially if these uh, nano news continue to go. I mean, a lot of times IONQ is kind of the another one there, but this one's had a nice little pullback. Yeah, that's kind of the leader in the space, but put an alert if it pops back through that level. See if Smart wants to play a little catch up here. No volume, so I may feed a little bit here. This Bitcoin looks like it wants to go back to lows. I do like the fact that the markets, the queues, and are not paying, not selling off with Bitcoin. Yeah, it's been so bad. Steve pointed out to what it ended up doing. Yeah, it went a little, but he really pointed it out to me about right here, and I'm like, nah, I gotta not one I want to chase, even though it's only 3 cents. URA is a top sector. What's that U? Did it do anything today? Yeah, had a nice little pop. Yeah, there's been some pretty good trade of the weeks for sure. There's that AXTI popping back up, but I've got enough stuff. I like that Mara is kind of holding up, even though Bitcoin is selling off. We'll see how long that can last, but if it does get a bounce, I may add to that because I like seeing that. So basically, Bitcoin went to lows on the day, not I don't know what it's calculated from, but I do like the fact that this one is holding up, even though if I put up iBit, you'll see it took a little bit of a deeper dive. So that's encouraging. I'll typically sell the first the first bit into momentum. So in other words, I don't need it's typically like a level of maybe resistance or a moving average if it comes up, or I have been known just for the sake of being up whatever 10 or 15%, just go ahead and just bang in and out. I don't need a reason. Now that's probably not a reason to sell it all for sure, but if you're just taking profits, and you you want to set a level like say 10%, if I get a or 8%, if I get an 8% move, I want to, bang it out, at least a quarter, I'm sorry, a third, or maybe even a half, depending on how you feel. A lot depends on the market and everything. If the market's raging, uh, maybe it's just starting to move off of kind of like we have going on now. You got the Qs, you know, trying to get above its moving average, its last moving average here, and moving higher. So maybe I'd be have a little bit longer staying power than I would if I grabbed something over here, you know, where we've had extended move. Uh, Especially if are picking a bottom in the markets. That's a case where you just hold on. You just hold on. You grab your arm rest on your chair and you just hold on. But uh, so a lot depends on the market, and a lot depends on the market on that current day too as well. So you got a 10% move and all of a sudden the market opens up and starts selling off. Sometimes I'll just bang out on just because I got nice profits and the market is not supporting continued price actions higher. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, now SMAR should not fall back below I keep calling it SMAR. SMR should not fall back, below uh, this level. The market's digging in, it's close to highs. You got both Oklo and NNE about 8%. And now there comes a point in time where I tell myself, because I got a decent size in this, I'm just like, this it should hold up. you know, it should not roll back over and put in more wicks. So I'll probably, if it breaks that fast line, let's call it 35, I'll probably just thin out a little bit. Comes a point where it tells me there's something, something wrong. And yeah, the Qs are not far off highs. I did sell a little bit of that. I just want to thin out. Plus Oklow's going to about a hour low right now. So Amazon looking to take out yesterday's high, which was 229.23, and the 50 period moving average is 29.30. Well, path just can't, just probably going to frustrate and make me sit in it over the weekend, not do anything. All right. Wow. So I looked up and it's almost that time. It
All
is
right, I
Friday.
got to come
Hey,
back.
Barry. What's
Yeah, I'm
that?
listening. Well, I'm being wonderfully entertained by a couple of Seahawk podcasters. Oh man, I had to break my way away, break my way from it, or my way away from it. So
Yeah.
anyway,
I really
okay,
feel
my
good
friend.
for I really feel good for Sam Donald. He's
Oh yeah.
man, yeah. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy, man.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know how nice he is. I mean, I think he
No, I'm
seems to
just
be
kidding,
a
but
genuine person,
he is. Yeah.
and but he's been dumped on for, even last year. I mean, my goodness, you go 14-2 and you're just turfed. I know you had two bad games, but bye,
Yeah.
it's amazing, that could happen. But and the Seahawk fans were a little, they still got all those interceptions. I mean, another one at the goal line. Come on, you can't do that. But
Yeah.
anyway, so glad for him. You're right. So anyway, my friend, again, go Aggies, and
Yeah. Yeah.
I am
Good one.
not going to be in next Friday. I'm going to take Monday, or sorry, Wednesday, Thursday. Of course, Thursday's Christmas, but I'm taking the 3 days off, so I will not be in next Friday.
Well,
So
yeah, that's right. And Friday's a full day, isn't it? I think
Friday is a full
Steve will
day.
probably be in there because I'm taking it off as well. So,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
but
Yeah.
it'll be a light
Mrs.
day.
Mrs. Anderson demanded that of me, so I said, "Okay, I'll do it." You know? Okay,
All
Steve.
right.
Okay, Andy. Well, I guess I won't talk to you. So have a great holiday, Christmas, etc. And we'll see you, I guess, in a couple of weeks then.
Yeah, yeah. Real quick, KJ, see how I use my
Oh, okay, sure.
moving averages. Well, basically, I keep it pretty basic. On the 15-minute, I use basically the only one I use is a 10-period moving average on a 15-minute chart. I do have a 5-day. This is a 5-day moving average, which would be 130 15-minute periods. And then I keep a 10, 20, and 50. I keep it in a 200 on my daily. So I keep it pretty basic. And uh, I like to use them a lot of time for entries or like an exit. Because kind of like what you were seeing me do there in SMR and getting rid of some stock, just because uh, I felt like with the move, that the others were having, it should have held up there after a while. So I definitely thinned out of some of that. But basically, yeah, just it's kind of like it goes along with support and resistance. In trend lines, moving averages are important, and if you're long, you want them to hold, okay? Or if you're looking to buy something, you want them to break through, whatever. Just your typical indicator. What you uh, and mine are very simple. Yeah, simple moving averages. All right, Barry.
Okay.
Have a good one, buddy.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, I'll
Bye
take
bye.
over now. Or just give me a moment, guys, in our
Have a
YouTube
good,
room.
great weekend, everybody.
There we go. I think I've taken over. Okay, guys, in YouTube, I'll get myself live in the main room, and there's couple more things to do. All right, now back. Now, I have to admit, are you saying there was a little bit of a gap, Monica, on the HTCO? Because when I was doing my video, I noticed that there was a little bit of a gap for lunar. Now, it has been filled in. This is what I'm talking about. See if I can see it again. Yeah, it's been filled in because when I was doing my video, I was doing my video on lunar, and I noticed there was a candle and then another candle up. It looked like a gap. I thought, well, did they have a halt or something? But it looks like everything's back okay now. So for HTCO, I don't see a gap anymore. I don't know. Is that what you were seeing? Some kind of a gap? Because I think certainly the price is fine because I'm looking at IB. The price is 1069, so that is fine. When did you make that comment? 1244. So that's what about 20 minutes ago? So I think we're okay now. Another one, guys, 4458. Yeah, another one, another nice, just a lot of really good trades from this gap scanner. I'm just looking at WGO, 10 o'clock. I mean, you have to wait a while, but I mean, pretty steady. WGO, this is a gap up and reversal play, which is interesting that it did reverse as much because, a lot of times the reversal plays will work a lot better when the market starts moving down, but certainly the market is not moving down. And it's an earnings play, so it had news on its own, but nonetheless, a nice reversal from 44.58. We're at what 43.25 now. And this one just showed up about 10 minutes ago. SPT. Take a look at gap up and reverse for SPT. Sprout Social. Three sharps. You back in the main room? Or are you still on YouTube? Yeah, this one never really moved, did it? I mean, I looked at this one a lot earlier. The Wi-Fi, WYFI, looked at this a lot earlier. We had an alert at around 10 o'clock at 16:12 to short, and I kept waiting for it to really. Well, wait a minute, or am I completely wrong? Yeah, yeah. Now I remember. I didn't take this because of the spread. The spread was not great. It's not that great even now. 16, but a 12-cent spread. That's right. Now I remember. That spread wouldn't have mattered, you know, but I did not know it would do this. So even that one, 16.11, and it got down to 15.34 before it came back a bit. And another one that I think has done amazingly well is Radic, RDAC. It's a SPAC. I typically don't look at SPACs, but boy, oh boy. I mean, ah, I feel a little better. There were no shorts available, Interactive Brokers. But if you had shorts available right at 9:45, 12:01, before it pulled back at all or up at all, it got down to 9. So a $3 move if you had shorts available. Now I'm looking also though at the spread. So it's probably going to be pretty tough to take this trade, even if you had shorts available to convince yourself with a spread like that. So I'll sort of take a pass on that one. All right, guys. Well, it is 1:08, so I probably have a little less than an hour left, unless there are questions. But William says he'll keep the room open until 3:55, which is rare on a Friday. But we've got the witching quad witching hour, I guess, is today. Oh, I thought the quad had gone. I thought it was just triple again. All right, guys. Well, not a lot of action. I'm getting no questions right now. I'm probably not going to do very much, if anything, for the balance of the day. I sort of remember having this conversation the last time, and somebody said quads are. It's not quad anymore, but doesn't really matter. It's witching. Okay, guys. One last look at my homepage for the week. All right. So looking at my homepage, and you will see here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 25% off all plans. So the 2 monthly and the 2 annuals for both standard and premium. Okay. 25% off. And then remember, if you take out a monthly subscription and you continue, the 25% is good for the first month only. And if you're going to take out a subscription, I can't remember what the email said, but this is going to be probably at least till the end of next week. But if you take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free, YouTube and the main room. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. They see my code being used enough. They say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. Scroll down, and here is the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, check your spam folder first. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder to make sure it's not there. If it's not there on either of those two folders, contact us and we'll try to figure out why. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, first thing to do, go down the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you might want to try. Try this for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. We'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them. Again, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. And last, if you're looking for my information, scroll down the middle section. If you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. This is what I'm currently sharing, okay? The couple of races, the large cap gainers, and then biggest gainers. It's a wide open, volatile race. Movers to the upside, movers to the downside right here. I see Fuel Cell is having starting to move down. This was a big earnings play, I think, a couple of days ago. Had a good reaction to earnings. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And what else do we have here? Halts resumes is down here. And my gap continuation or reversal scan right here. And a couple others that I don't have up and running, but the momentum scan and the combo scan, Tepe combo scan, okay? So you can ask me questions about them if you want. That's what I thought. I did think technically not a quad again, but you still call it that. Yeah. XTKG. Let's take, oh, here it is right here on the resumption. Yeah, you got to change brokers. Because you trade these sort of, I mean, how long has this been going on for you, Poe? How do I use the halt and resume scan? Okay, so yeah, it is a scan. Yeah, I really call it, this is like more information, okay? Obviously telling you when a stock gets halted and then when it resumes, okay? So the only way I'll trade something that's been halted and then resumes, the only way I'll trade it, and I don't know if there's an example here that I could even point to, but let's just say, and usually these happen earlier on in the day, okay? But if a stock gets halted, I'll create some fictitious numbers, okay? Let's say a stock gets halted at $2. And again, typically they are 5-minute halts. And if it's and I only might do this if it's the first halt of the day, because sometimes you see stocks that are halted multiple times during the day. So the first halt of the day. So let's pretend a stock got halted at $2 and it opens maybe a little bit above, maybe 210, and then it comes down below $2, not by that much, maybe no more than I'll make up some numbers, $1.80, $1.85, and then it pops through two again, the halt price. Sometimes I will take that trade. Okay, that's only in the first halt. Or when it opens a little bit below the halt price. Say, opens at $1.90, $1.85, and then it pops right through the halt price. Sometimes I'll take that trade. I'm not recommending anybody do the same thing, but since we've had this scanner for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years now, that is what I've noticed. Because before that, I really didn't pay any attention to halts resumes. But when we had this, I thought, okay, let's. And it took a while for me to even recognize that oh man, the first halt is usually, the first thing I noticed is that the first halt is usually pretty good. Pretty good meaning let's say again the stock gets halted at 2, usually it'll open above that halt price, and it could run for the first halt. I'm not chasing it though. Okay, so I'm only going to again like take a look at something on a halt resume if it goes back down below the halt price, and I don't mean like if it gets halted at 2 and it comes all the way back to 1. Okay, so it's a bit of a feel thing, goes back to 180 and then immediately pops right back through 2 in this particular case. I'll sometimes take that trade. But really, this is more information, okay? I mean, it is a scan, but and it doesn't happen that often. I mean, when you think about it, it doesn't really happen that often that scenario. First halt goes down below the halt price and then pops through. If you're new to trading, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily even consider it. Now, the other thing, this had a big pullback. It's nicer. It's and it for me it works a lot better earlier on in the day when a stock is ripping higher. Okay, ripping higher, and then it gets halted early on in the day because there's obviously early on in the day there's some enthusiasm as opposed to this. I do see this got halted down here, even if it met all the criteria that I was just outlining. The fact that it's had this big pullback probably would prevent me. So everything I just said about how I could take a trade is usually going to be with, if the halt is something that is, just exploding higher near the beginning of the day. BlackBerry was an earnings play. BB was an earnings play, such as it is. Remember now, this is a software company now. It's obviously nothing to do with their hardware. Tough as a Canadian to see this company completely and utterly blow it. Look, watch some old movies, guys. They're from 20 years ago, and you see everybody whipping out their Blackberries. Well, Pepe, I've said this. They were just so darn stubborn. I always, I'm going rambling now, but I use Sony and BlackBerry as a couple of companies that just absolutely blew it. Especially BlackBerry. I mean, Sony's still around, but especially BlackBerry. They really balked at the idea of nobody would want to use a phone to scan. Nobody didn't want to put a camera on there because it was all about security, etc. With BlackBerry, and perhaps rightly so. And so finally, once the iPhone came out, and BlackBerry said, "Wow, okay, that's what they were doing. I guess we better join." But by that time, it was way too late. But they had the market. I mean, they had the entire market. Even if you weren't, I didn't care that much about security. I had several Blackberries. It wasn't about like for business, not business security. And then Sony. Actually, I could say that Sony. It's amazing they survived twice because they completely blew it 2 times. The Betamax. Again, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just rambling. I'm rambling now. But the Betamax, and I think that anybody who had any was analyzing the Betamax and what was the VHS, is that what the competitive, always said Betamax was a far superior product, better quality, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not talking, just better output, better quality product. And Sony, were asked by various manufacturers, well, can we license your product? Nope, nope, nope. We're going to make you buy a Sony. That's exactly it. Sony should have licensed Betamax. And so the other manufacturers, Hitachi, and I mean, in those days they were pretty big. said, you know what, we're all going to band together and with the other format. And so there were and Sony kept their prices of the Betamax pretty high. The other ones were reducing their price. So as the popularity of recording started to really gain traction, because I remember you walk into a Blockbuster or whoever, like your whatever your story. I mean, it was just Betamax everywhere, and a little wee section for VHS. And then eventually a little more VHS, and then all of a sudden it was 50-50. Why? Because there were way more affordable VHS machines out there. That's what people were buying. So if you're a studio and you're wanting to put your movie out in the format once it's had its theatrical run, what are you going to do? You're going to put it out to the format that has the most number of machines out there. So so that was number one. So they blew it there. Okay, they had the best technology, but they blew it there. But almost as bad, the Sony Walkman. They had the entire mobile music market. The entire, I mean, everybody had it. Well, not everybody, but you know what I mean. Sony Walkman, Sony Walkman, Sony Walkman. And I mean, certainly a tremendous technology company. And how did they let Apple, which basically, rescued Apple from bankruptcy, come up with the iPod and steal their market? I mean, it's just crazy to me that happened. They had a captive audience. Millions upon millions of people had Walkmans. All they had to do was, get that technology that Apple had, and man. So anyway, I'm off my. And Pepe, you're saying if Apple doesn't get their act together, they might follow. Key people are leaving. Well, yeah, I've been an Android guy all my really all my well after BlackBerry. I've had Android units since then. Basically, the Galaxy units for years and years and years. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 1:22. So when you say behind the AI space, are you talking things like Gemini? Like series behind Gemini as an example? Is that what you kind of mean, Pepe? Mm. Well, I see. Just give me a moment. One moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I see Steph Curry advertising that fold phone right now. So they've obviously paid him a ton of money. A ton of money. I actually looked at a fold phone. I mean, the fold phone's been out there for a while. I know Galaxy had one, or somebody had one in the Android universe. Looked at it a few years ago. I'm still blown away with Gemini, and I'm not saying Gemini. I mean, obviously the other Chat GPTs or whatever you call Gemini. I don't know what exactly what sector it falls into, but what I've been able to ask, I use Snagit as my video capture when I do my videos. And when I went through my Windows reset, it lost when I do my video capture, what it would do, it would remember the region. So, I have on my other monitor when I do it, I have a region that I'm wanting to capture. It's the chart. And when I did my Windows reset, that function was gone, and I could not remember how I had done it in the first place. And I remember I went to Snagit, and I said, tried to figure out how did I do that. Man, I just asked Gemini. I said, I'm using Snagit for my video capture. How do I get it to remember the last one I did? And man, it's boom, just like that in seconds. I'm blown away by it. Anyway, guys, I know we're getting way off topic and all, but unless anybody have any questions, we're going to be around for another half hour or so. And even my wife, who is a true Apple aficionada, uh, even she's been converted. Not she still has Apple products, but she cannot believe how good Gemini is. She keeps saying, "Ask Gemini. How do we do this? Ask Gemini." But what makes it better than Siri, Pepe? Exactly. I think I asked you that before, and I think you gave me an answer, but I forgot. Just the searching it does and how quickly it does, and getting like really like the results that are bang on. I mean, like what like if I asked Siri that same question about Snagit, wouldn't I get something the same? I'll bet, Poe. I'll bet. I mean, you can ask, in my opinion, some of the most complex questions of it, and it just parses through everything and gets you, something that is so well presented, extremely well presented, and understandable. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. NBY. Anybody interested in talking stocks? NBY. It's funny. Dave J in our YouTuber is mentioning even Sears blowing it. Yeah, I mean Sears. It's hard to believe. I mean Sears. I mean I know such an old school department store and basically out of business. But we had the same thing in our country, in Canada. I mean, the Bay, which was it's actually kind of emotional to see the Bay leave and fold. And any Canadians in the room, you probably know what I'm talking about. I mean, oh, I see what you mean. Sears could have been Amazon. Yeah. Is that right? I did not know that. So Dave J is talking about that, and also William saying Sears had the paper Amazon before Amazon existed, but they stupidly shut it down. Interesting. Yeah. Well, Canadian kids playing hockey would either the Sears catalog, or in Canada we have the Eaton's catalog, and tape it to our shins when you're playing hockey. All right, guys. Well, half an hour left or so. Somebody said the SPY volume drying up. Let's take a look at the SPY volume. Yeah. I mean, we're almost, well, an hour, 2.5 hours left. 2.5 hours left. And yesterday's volume was 622 million. I'm sorry, yesterday's volume was 108 million. And right now we're less than half of that with only 2.5 hours left. Man, meanwhile, Lunar keeps it going. What was the reason for this again? After KeyBank initiated, there might be other news. Initiated coverage on the stock with an overweight rating and announced a $20 price target, and the stock's at 14 and a half now. Okay. Was there any other news on this one? They actually initiated coverage. It looks like after hours. Yesterday, I'm seeing this at 1610, 410. Looks like initiated an overweight at KeyBank for this one, Lunar, LUNR. The cannabis play. So ACB making a new low of the day. Let me take a look at them. Wow, look at that. So it has to be that they were expecting a lot more from the so-called, well, certainly not legalization. MSOS, yeah, starting to sink here, approaching yesterday's low. Yeah, you guys should just pull the Band-Aid off, okay, in one fell swoop rather than little tugs at in the cannabis sector. Well, you guys, I'm not going to tell. I shouldn't say that. This could give a late day. Let me take a look here. Yeah, I mean, no, 1104 is a low yesterday for SPT. Okay, and so it's pretty close. If it had been down here at 1052, might have been an interesting short. We had the alert at 1140, so it's 1137 now. Maybe going to inch its way down. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one before. XTKG. Singaporean stock. Looks like it started trading as let's see, looks like January of last year, of 2024. So over a year ago, almost 2 years ago. Done absolutely nothing. Well, if you're looking for something to do, DJT, I'm just looking at it and I have a thumbnail, my other monitor. And so you can see what's happening right here. It's kind of basing on the 5 and kind of the 2, chopping around a little bit on the 2. But on the 5, you can see what it's doing. It's basing right on top of the VWAP. So is the VWAP going to actually keep acting as support? And if we get some volume, is it going to pop it up? Or is it going to break down through the VWAP and start to sell off? So that's something you might want to keep an eye on if you have to trade. A little bit of a move here, guys. A little bit of a move, especially if this orange turns blue. Turns blue. I'm not talking about the bar. I'm talking about the wave starts turning up and get some volume. You can see a little bit of volume coming in. I see LW's had a pretty nice bounce. So looking at ACB, guys, it's yeah, it's down quite a bit now, 8%. And there's the 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? Will that act as support? The actual number is 485. So there's the area of the 200-day moving average. And I can tell if trading RAM is from Europe somewhere, maybe French speaking company or country, or you're from Quebec. How can I tell? Because he's got 44,88 as opposed to decimal. Well, let's bring up LW and see how much of a bounce does this all have. Where's the VWAP? So there's the VWAP. I mean, could act as a bit of a magnet. It's just a sliver of blue right here. Still down 24% though. I mean, that's a massive move. 137 million in the float to be down 24%. That is a big move. 30 times normal volume. So Tyra, not a lot of volume, 3.9 times normal, but still only half a million shares. Spread's not bad though. 24.97, 25.01. Good spread. Over 25. We're at 25. I have to back this out to see where is the, oh, there you go. So there is the next high on a monthly chart. That is October of last year, and the high was 29.48 or so. So there's room on a monthly chart anyway. And not saying it's getting there, but that is for the TYRA. Sort of a nice, interesting pattern, kind of some a little breakout now on the daily. Oncology company. Or oncology sector. Market is still, we haven't had a big pullback today, not yet anyway. A little action right around here, but the VWAP seemed to hold it, and some right around here. That was about 30 minutes, 35 minutes or so, and the VWAP was holding it and it kept moving higher, higher. A little bit of a downturn now, but no giant red bars today anyway. Not yet. CCL is still, has not had a big pullback at all. Well, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'll put myself on mute. If there's any questions, I'll come back on the mic. I probably only have about 15 minutes left. Oops. You are fixated on OCG, aren't you? I heard you talking about it yesterday, or didn't hear you, but I saw you posting about it yesterday and probably many days. OCG. Oh, that's right. Because you want to take it. You want to buy it at 2 cents. Yeah, isn't there somebody who's taken like a lot of shares here on a sort of a lotto play? Okay, guys, muting myself now. Yeah, go ahead, Chief. Oh man, Nike just showed up. Why isn't it here? Unless it was really early. Nike just showed up, guys. It must have made just a new low here. This is the gap down and go. I know what I did. I slight discrepancy. Yeah, I think this one I've got my maximum is $50. Well, if your computer is set to Pacific time, then that's 6:40 Pacific time. Okay. The and that makes sense because there are no the AI does not alert until 10 minutes at least 10 minutes after the market's open, the 9:30 open. So 6:30 Pacific time, 9:30 Eastern time. So yeah, so 9:40 is your 6:40. It's adjusting it. You've obviously got trade ideas and in lockstep with your computer. So what I do, even though I'm in Vancouver, my computer is on East Coast time, as is Trade Ideas, because it's just easier for me. Everybody, I just to relate to. I don't have to go, well, in the Pacific time zone it's this, and Central it's this, and Mountain it's this. So I just use New York time. Market opens at 9:30. So my computer, even though I'm on the West Coast, I've got it set to East Coast time. Okay, so anything you're seeing is West Coast Pacific time. Anything you are seeing, okay? Definitely mine. Vancouver is my yeah my well, not my hometown, but where I live. Yeah, Montreal, Toronto, Edmonton, Vancouver. Made my way west. And anybody else wondering about the time zone, if you click on tools and then options and time options, so I can keep it on local time because my local time in theory is what is East Coast time, my computer. So it's going to look at your computer, but If I had wanted to, I could keep my computer on Pacific time and then have trade ideas operating on East Coast time if I'd wanted to. I just found it easier to keep my everything the same. Yeah, NBY has been a nice runner at the late day runner, kind of well, I had the pullback, didn't have the pullback, but yeah, nice kind of a late day runner. I didn't even see that. So yeah, CYTK was halted. Okay, CYTK was halted, and William is betting, and it's a news halt. Okay, so it's not a volatility halt; it's a news halt. So William is saying he's betting the halt is to announce the FDA decision on its drug, Africa, Aficamten. Muscle activators and muscle inhibitors. Now it's interesting. Maybe Goldman Sachs has got some inside info on this because they've raised it to buy from neutral. That was at noon. Just looking at the news here, so it was halted at 150, but at noon, and Target raised $95 a share from 55 by Goldman. So, what do you think, guys? You think Goldman has inside info on what they're going to say? They had all sorts of time to buy it, almost 2 hours to buy it. What is the did they give a time, where it may open, William? I'm probably not gonna be here, so do they have a time? This is Nasdaq stock, don't they normally but come on, William, what do you call them again? The squid guys? I just think it's a little coincidental that at noon, or actually at 11:49, Goldman decides to step in, getting it as a buy and a price target and raising the price target to 95. And earlier this morning, at 8 o'clock this morning, CEO is optimistic as FDA deadline on this drug looms. How did this ETF end up? Solana's two timer. Yeah, I don't think we have that in Canada. The wash trades. I had never even heard of that before. I don't think we have that in Canada. What is it again? Is that if you sell within a certain period, then like you have to hold the stock for a certain number of days before? Is that what that means? I can't. I know I could look it up. I could ask Gemini.
It is a form of market manipulation where an investor buys and sells the same financial asset, like a stock, cryptocurrency, or NFT, to create the false impression of high market activity. The wash refers to the fact that the transactions essentially cancel each other out. The owner's position hasn't actually changed, but the public trade history looks like there is a lot of buzz or demand. Why do people wash trade? The primary goal is usually to mislead other investors. Common motives include artificially inflating volume. High trading volume often attracts new investors and makes an asset look more liquid, easier to buy/sell than it actually is. Price manipulation. Repeatedly buying and selling to oneself at slightly higher prices can trick others into believing the price is trending up. Tax evasion. Wash sale. Some try to sell an asset at a loss to claim a tax deduction, then immediately buy it back. Note that in many regions, like the US, the wash sale rule specifically prevents you from claiming these losses if you buy the asset back within 30 days. Earning reward.
Well, there you go. But well, yeah. Then how can you? Well, then how can you day trade? I mean, never mind interactive brokers, but some are saying that so you just can't buy the same stock back in 3 days or 30 days. William says 30. Is that a misprint, Poe? So you just can't do the same with the same stock. Luckily, with trade ideas, you've got a lot of different stocks within 30 days that are pretty active, but still, that's kind of tough. Yeah, no PDT and no wash rules in Canada. So then what happens? So you buy a stock, you buy NBY today, and then you sell it, and then on Thursday next week you buy it again for whatever reason because it's moving. Do you get a notice saying, "Hey, this will be a wash sale" or something to that effect? Aha, Obi. So William, you're saying it's really a non-event. Ah, but the broker. So what you're saying is that Interactive Brokers doesn't want the hassle of record keeping it? I don't. Anyway, interesting discussion, I suppose. I don't have to worry about it at all. It'd be interesting. I mean, I have no idea, within 30 days, how many times I'm buying the same stock. Not that I have to worry about it, but so there you go. So Pepe, well, he's got a product called Trade Log that will import all my trades from various brokers and generate a form 4797 with no wash sales. Okay. You know, it's on the move a little bit, guys. I don't anticipate it's going to take out 3, but AZI starting to move. Look at Lunar. What a fabulous, basically all day trade. You know, on the 5 minute, you could have, sold some here perhaps, as it was making a little downturn. But look at the orange in the 5 minute. Just a sliver, just a sliver. Nothing that was, devastating, making you think, I better get rid of everything. And then you hold on, and then you get rewarded. All right, so here's AZI. Okay, so there is the VWAP right there, 254-ish or so. Okay, 250. Call it 250. That's the area. I mean, listen. I mean, if it can get through that on some volume, you might have a bit of a late there. I have a hard time believing that it'll, take out 3 and get close to the high of the day. But stranger things have happened. 321 is the high of the day. Just need the volume. You can see a little bit of volume poking its head up right there. Some volume coming in the 2. But now some selling volume. No, never had to worry about that um, unusual tech. If I had dividends, yes, but I don't. I don't have no dividends. U.S. stock dividend. No, if I had dividends, obviously I'd maybe have to do something, but yeah, don't ask me. I mean, I'm not an accountant. I've never. I mean, I have an accountant that looks after all my stuff, so it's just never come up. I do recall, I've talked about this one before. I think IEP is that icon stock? Yeah. One day I tried to buy this, and I got a message saying you might be subject to some kind of tax. There was this one, and I think there was one, but it's in 10 years with IB, this one and maybe one other one, I got a pop up. So of course I didn't buy it. I don't want to have the hassle of whatever they were trying to tell me might happen. Whoa, AZI just absolutely popped up to 270 and then came right back down. So yeah, so I guess so, unusual, I guess. I used to do taxes on my own. I've never had an issue. Yeah, so AZI, let's take a look. AZI. I mean, that was a big pop, and look at the volume that came in, but it pulled right back down. It's right at the VWAP now. No, man, it's 206. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if there are questions, I'll hang around. If no questions, I'll take off. So, in case there are no questions, just thanks so much all week. I know we had some problems. I had audio problems on Monday and Tuesday, so I'm glad that's all been resolved. So, thanks for all the help all week long. And for YouTubers, I will put my homepage link in if you still want to come over to the main room. This is the link to get in. That room, the main room will be open until 3:55. So again, all you have to do is click on my homepage link and scroll down, trading room. Okay, it's free, just like YouTube, but it will be open until 3:55. We'll keep it open. And so for YouTubers, I do have to shut you down though, okay? Because I have no way to moderate. So I will shut down YouTube now.